Chapter 12:22. Jianchen was shocked when he heard that. He carefully studied the frozen middle-aged man again, and felt extremely shocked. Even the ruler of the beast god continent, Erton, who had reached the peak of Holy Emperor and was only a step away from Holy Emperor Peerless Origin Realm, had been frozen to death here. Jianchen was even more shocked by this than when he had seen the statues of over 30 Holy Emperors and Class 9 magical beasts. Peak Holy Emperors were far more powerful than regular Holy Emperors. The difference was like the difference between a 9th Heavenly Layer Saint Ruler and a 1st Heavenly Layer Saint Ruler, the difference between a Great Perfection Holy Emperor and a Great Perfection Holy Emperor. Although they were at the same level of cultivation, the difference in strength was extremely great. Not only was Erton a peak Holy Emperor expert, but he was also a beast of antiquity. His battle prowess far surpassed peak Holy Emperor human experts. It would not even be an exaggeration to call him the strongest below the Origin Realm. However, even someone as powerful as Erton had been frozen to death. Not only did Jianchen and newbies shiver inside, but even Ruijin, Honglian, and Blackfish felt the same. 500,000 years ago, Erton was invincible. No one could do anything to him, yet he was actually sent to his death on the icy plains. He did not die in battle. This place is just too terrifying, newbies said in shock. He shivered inside. After seeing Erton's corpse, his fear of the icy plains became even more intense. It was not just newbies. Even Jianchen felt a sliver of fear. The icy plains were just too terrifying. Just the cold was enough to freeze a holy emperor to death. It was no wonder that the ancestor of the Protector clans, the Holy Emperor, feared the Ice Goddess Hall so much. Ruijin, Honglian, and Blackfish looked at each other. They became extremely stern. Even when they faced a holy emperor, they did not show such a stern expression. Newbies bowed deeply at Erton's corpse before continuing on with Jianchen and the others. They did not touch Erton's body. They did not even touch the space ring on Erton's finger. With their previous experience, they knew that after so many years, both Erton's body and the space ring had been assimilated by the ice here. Once the layer of ice on Erton's body was destroyed, the space ring would be destroyed. If they destroyed the surface of the ice, Erton's entire body and space ring would be reduced to a pile of shards. Everyone's hearts became very heavy when they saw Erton's fate. They remained silent for the rest of the journey. They maintained a straight line as they continued on. After traveling 100 kilometers, Newbies, who was the weakest, could no longer last any longer. He was sent back into the artifact space by Jianchen. If it were not for the fact that Jianchen possessed the chaotic body and cultivated chaotic force, he probably would not have been able to last until now. The coldness there had reached an extremely terrifying level. It could even freeze the saint force of a holy emperor. Ruijin, Heiyu, and Heiyu were only able to travel so easily because of their supreme strength and the protection of their origin energy armor. However, Jianchen and the others also knew that the coldness there was far too weak compared to several 100,000 years ago. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to travel any further than Erton with the strength of their holy emperor. They would have been reduced to lifelike statues before they even saw the Holy Emperor's statues. Afterwards, they advanced for another half a day. However, the 5 of them had only advanced 250 kilometers during that time. In the end, they were blocked by a boundless cold mist. The cold mist was like a natural barrier, blocking their path forward. This mist is not simple. The 4 of them stopped. Honglian stared at the mist up ahead and said with a deep voice, "It did not make sense for mist to exist in such a terrifyingly cold environment. Mist was formed from water, but it was impossible for water to exist in this place because all the water had been frozen into ice that was tougher than steel. You stay here for now. I'll go in and have a look," said Heiyu. Her flames swelled as the scorching godfire hairpin appeared in her hand. She then carefully made her way into the region of cold mist. As soon as Honglian set foot in the mist, her flames came in contact with the mist and immediately produced hissing sounds. However, the mist was far more terrifying than they had imagined. Honglian lasted for less than a second before the flames around her were completely suppressed by the mist. In the second breath, the flames were completely suppressed by the mist. The mist rapidly approached the surface of Honglian's body, causing her fire-red wings to become covered in a thin layer of white ice. Honglian was shocked. She already knew that the cold mist was not simple, but she did not expect it to be so terrifying. She no longer stayed behind. Immediately, a white flame surged out from the raging flames Godfire Heavenly Hairpin and enveloped her in a flash. The white flames were incomparable to the red flames. As soon as the white flames appeared, they immediately melted the ice on Honglian's body. Even the mist in the surroundings was forced back by 10 meters. Honglian let out a sigh of relief. Afterwards, she used the scorching Godfire hairpin to protect herself as she carefully advanced. However, the coldness would double with every centimeter of the mist. When Honglian took her first step, the mist that had been forced back by the white flames had shrunk to 2.5 feet. When she took her second step, the mist had already shrunk to 2 feet. When she took her third step, the mist had shrunk to 1.5 feet. When she took her fourth step, the mist was only a foot away from Honglian. Honglian gently sighed as she stared at the white mist that seemed to have no end. She carefully retreated. She knew that if she took her fifth step, the mist would approach her and freeze her into an ice statue. Even with the scorching Godfire hairpin, she would not be able to protect herself. You must have seen it as well. The mist is even more terrifying than we imagined it to be. Even I can only take a few steps. We can't pass through it at all. Honglian said rather dejectedly. She was the sovereign of fire, so she was able to counter the ice. However, when she drew out her origin energy weapon, she could not even pass through the mist. She was unable to cheer up at all. Jianchen frowned. He had obviously seen how terrifying the mist was, but it was like a barrier that blocked their path. It was boundless. If they could not pass through it, they would have to stop here, let alone find the Ice Goddess Hall. At the same time, in a secret room made of ice, a woman who looked to be about 20 years old was sitting cross-legged on a piece of white mysterious ice and cultivating. The woman was extremely beautiful. She was so beautiful that she outshone the moon and flowers. Her entire body was snow-white. Not only was her hair white, but even her eyebrows and eyelashes were white. The woman was the second young lady of Changyang Prefecture, Changyang Mingyue, who had left many years ago. Suddenly, Changyang Mingyue opened her eyes. Her face was filled with joy as she excitedly said, "Brother, it's my brother. I can see him." With that, Changyang Mingyue leapt off the profound ice and quickly ran out of the room as a white blur. This was a room completely composed of ice and snow. All the decorations in the room were condensed from ice crystals. They were crystal clear and very beautiful. Although this room was very beautifully decorated, it was snow-white. Other than white, there was only white. Moreover, the temperature in the room had reached an inconceivable level. Compared to the temperature in the room, an ice cavern that had lasted for 10,000 years was like a volcano. And on an ice bed in this room, a person wearing silver-white armor was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. Her armor covered her entire body as she sat on the bed. Only her eyes were exposed, so her appearance was impossible to see. At this moment, the door to the room was violently pushed open. Changyang Mingyue ran in with her bare feet in joy. She hurriedly said, "Protector Shui, I can see my brother. I can see my brother. My brother has come over. He's currently blocked by the profound ice chi. Let him in quickly." Changyang Mingyue's voice was filled with excitement. Perhaps it was because she was too happy, but a faint blush appeared on her pale face. Protector Shui slowly opened her eyes. She could not help but gently sigh when she saw how excited Changyang Mingyue was. She said, "Your Majesty, are you still unable to forget them?" Protector Shui did not just refer to Jianchen by them. She also referred to all the people related to Changyang Mingyue in Changyang Prefecture. Changyang Mingyue became furious and said, "Protector Shui, I can't forget my brother. He will always be my brother. Let him in quickly." Chapter 12:23. Jianchen and Ruijin remained outside the white mist for quite some time. They all frowned, but none of them, including Ruijin, were able to do anything about the terrifying mist. During that time, Ruijin and Honglian had used secret techniques several times, but they were all useless. Even the senses of Jianchen's soul were unable to penetrate the mist. As soon as his soul entered the mist, an extremely powerful coldness attacked his head along with the senses of his soul. It shocked Jianchen to the point where he no longer dared to use the senses of his soul to probe the mist. "Looks like we can only stop here," Jianchen said in a low voice. He was extremely disappointed. He had never thought that they would not even be able to find a trace of the Ice Goddess Hall in the Arctic with such a powerful group. At this moment, the mist up ahead began to churn violently. It slowly parted to the sides, and very soon, a 3-meter-wide tunnel appeared before Jianchen's group. At the end of the tunnel was not white mist, but a bright, snow-white world of ice. Jianchen and Ruijin looked at each other when they saw the tunnel that had suddenly appeared. They had never thought that the mist that blocked their path would automatically form a tunnel just as they were about to leave the Arctic. The four of them found this rather unbelievable. Suddenly, Jianchen seemed to think of something. His eyes immediately lit up, and he said, "I understand now. The mist must be controlled by someone. The person controlling the mist probably knows that we're here, which is why the mist has formed a tunnel for us to pass through." Jianchen could not help but think of his sister, Changyang Mingyue, as the Holy Maiden of the Arctic. He guessed that his sister's status in the Ice Goddess Hall was definitely quite high, but he was not certain whether the tunnel formed by the mist had anything to do with her or not. Jianchen and Ruijin gave up on the thought of retreating now that there was a tunnel. The four of them carefully made their way through the tunnel. The tunnel was 1,000 meters long, so the four of them passed through it very quickly and entered the interior region. The environment inside the mist was like heaven and hell compared to the outside. Although the interior region was also a world of ice and snow, the scenery was so beautiful that it seemed like a beautiful painting. The surrounding glaciers were translucent, shining brightly. They seemed like huge mountains of crystals. If the region outside the mist was a turbulent ocean, then the interior region was a calm sea. There were no terrifying winds or coldness that could turn holy emperor experts into ice sculptures. Even holy emperor experts would struggle to survive outside, so even weak earth saint masters could move freely here. Although there was only a 1,000-meter-thick layer of mist between the interior and the outside world, Jianchen and the others felt like they were in two completely different worlds. "Is that the Ice Goddess Hall?" Suddenly, Blackfish pointed ahead and cried out. They looked over and saw a crystal palace that seemed to have been carved from ice and snow silently standing 20 kilometers away from them. It radiated with a noble and ancient presence. Although the crystal palace was beautiful and grand, Jianchen and the others could clearly sense an ancient presence. It was as if the crystal palace in front of them had been standing alone in that place for countless years. The ancient aura of time was much thicker than anything they had ever seen that had been passed down from ancient times. "This must be the Ice Goddess Hall. We're finally here," Jianchen muttered to himself as he stared at the divine palace up ahead. He was rather excited before subconsciously making his way toward it. Jianchen and Ruijin stopped before the Ice Goddess Hall very soon. Only when they stood before it did they deeply sense its grand presence. The four of them felt like they were ants before an elephant before the Ice Goddess Hall. This feeling didn't come from the enormous structure of the Ice Goddess Hall, but from the vast and boundless aura emanating from the Ice Goddess Hall. In a daze, the four of them suddenly felt like they were not standing before the beautiful Ice Goddess Hall, but a boundless universe. A person in silver-white armor stood silently on the roof of the Ice Goddess Hall. The armor covered her entire body, including her face. Only two cold, emotionless eyes were exposed, but it was still possible to tell that she was a woman from her curvaceous figure. She was like an ice sculpture, standing motionlessly on the roof of the palace. There was no aura coming from her body. It was as if she had completely merged with heaven and earth, becoming one with heaven and earth. Protector Shui glanced past Jianchen and the others with her cold, emotionless eyes. However, to Jianchen and Ruijin, she seemed to be transparent. None of them discovered her existence. Chapter 12:24. Jianchen, Ruijin, Honglian, and Blackfish all stared at the huge Ice Goddess Hall. The ancient presence that radiated from the Ice Goddess Hall and its vast presence assaulted their souls wave after wave, shocking all of them. Ruijin and Honglian were the first to calm down. The two of them stared at the beautiful Ice Goddess Hall sternly. They actually thought the same thing, which was that the Divine Hall did not belong to this world. With a rumble, the crystal door of the Ice Goddess Hall slowly opened. A snow-white, alluring woman stood there with her feet bare. Immediately, a cold aura surged out. "Brother!" The woman paid all of her attention to Jianchen, as if the three of them were invisible. Her beautiful face was filled with joy and excitement. Even her voice trembled slightly. Jianchen also looked at the snow-white woman. Although it had been over a decade, he could still recognize her with a single glance. She was his sister, Changyang Mingyue. "Sister!" Jianchen cried out as his emotions surged. When he was young in Changyang Prefecture, Changyang Mingyue was the one who cared about him the most aside from Bai Yuntian. At that time, his brother Changyang wanted to bully him more than once, and whenever Changyang Mingyue saw him, she would stand out to help him without any hesitation. As a result, Jianchen felt extremely close to Changyang Mingyue. His feelings for her even surpassed his feelings for his brother, Changyang Hu. Unfortunately, ever since the matter with the Huayun sect happened and Jianchen was forced to leave Lore City, he had never seen Changyang Mingyue again. There was not even any news from her, which made Yu Fengyan and Jianchen believe that something had happened to Changyang Mingyue. They were filled with grief. Changyang Mingyue crossed the threshold and ran toward Jianchen with bare feet. Jianchen also went up to receive her in excitement. As the two of them rapidly drew closer, Jianchen felt the coldness in the surroundings rapidly increase at an unbelievable rate. When they were 10 meters apart, Jianchen was covered in a layer of white ice. Jianchen quickly calmed down. He was secretly shocked when he sensed the sudden coldness in the surroundings. However, what surprised him even more was that the coldness came from Changyang Mingyue. Changyang Mingyue's face immediately changed when she saw the layer of ice on Jianchen. She immediately stopped and quickly retreated, pulling away from Jianchen. At the same time, she cried out in panic, "Brother, don't come over!" Jianchen stopped and looked at Changyang Mingyue from 30 meters away. He asked, "Sister, what's going on? Why are you giving off such a powerful coldness?" The coldness from Changyang Mingyue was extremely intense. If it were not for the fact that they were in a world of ice, the ground in a radius of several thousand meters would have been frozen. Even the water would have frozen. Changyang Mingyue's face was miserable. She said, "Brother, I possess the profound ice body. It hasn't matured yet, so I can't control the profound ice chi I give off. Sister, why have you become like this? What's going on?" Jianchen's voice was rather urgent. His sister was not like this in his memories at all. "Brother, it's a long story. I'll tell you in detail later. Brother, I heard from Protector Shui that you ran into some trouble. Did some large clans or sects bully you again? But don't worry, once my profound ice body matures, I'll return to the Tian Yuan continent and teach all the people who bullied you a lesson," Changyang Mingyue said bitterly. Changyang Mingyue said resentfully. She was extremely concerned about Jianchen, as if her fourth brother would always be a child in her eyes. Jianchen suddenly felt extremely warm inside. Back when he was young, his sister Changyang Mingyue had always protected him like this. She did not want him to be bullied at all. Even his third brother, Changyang Ku, had been secretly taught a lesson by his sister many times. However, what his sister did not know was that every time the three Changyang Kus tried to bully him, not only would they fail, but they would also end up losing out. They had never managed to gain any advantage over him. Brother, has my mother been well in the past few years? And how have my father, first aunt, third aunt, and fourth aunt been? And have my brother and Chang Bo been well? I actually want to go home. I miss my mother, but I can't leave right now. Protector Shui won't let me go back, Changyang Mingyue said bitterly. Changyang Mingyue said in low spirits. Her great joy from seeing Jian Chen before gradually vanished as well. Her face was filled with worry. She wanted to go home and take a look just too much. Jianchen suddenly returned to his senses when Yu Fengyan was mentioned. He immediately retreated to Honglian's side and let out Yu Fengyan from the artifact space. Originally, Jianchen only wanted Yu Fengyan to come out by herself, but newbies ran out as well when he heard that they had arrived at the Ice Goddess Hall. Although the coldness there was much weaker than outside, it was still rather difficult for Yu Fengyan, who was not even an Earth Saint Master, to endure. Fortunately, Honglian was there to help, using her flames to disperse the surrounding coldness. Mother! Changyang Mingyue became beside herself with joy when she saw Yu Fengyan. She wanted to charge over without regard for anything, but she stopped after just 2 steps. Tears flowed from her eyes as she slowly retreated in pain. She knew just how powerful the profound ice chi from her profound ice body was. It was not something that Yu Fengyan could endure. Yu Fengyan immediately became stunned the moment she saw Changyang Mingyue. Tears of longing gushed out uncontrollably from Yu Fengyan's eyes. She bit her lip as she stared at the snow-white Changyang Mingyue. She could not help but tremble violently. Mingyue! Yu Fengyan called out the next moment and quickly ran toward Changyang Mingyue. There was only one thing she wanted to do right now, and that was to tightly hug the daughter she had missed day and night. Jianchen would never allow Yu Fengyan to actually run over. As soon as Yu Fengyan moved, she was stopped by Jianchen. Xiangtian, let me go over. Don't stop me. Xiangtian, I'm begging you. Let me go over. Yu Fengyan was unable to break free from Jianchen's spatial restraints, so she begged bitterly as tears streamed down her face. Jianchen's heart ached. If it was possible, he really did not want to stop Yu Fengyan, but for the sake of Yu Fengyan's safety, he had to stop her no matter how reluctant he was. Aunt Sister's profound ice body is radiating with a terrifying coldness. You can't go over or you'll be frozen, Jianchen explained bitterly. Chapter 12:25. Jianchen painfully shook his head. He could not allow anything to happen to his aunt. Even if his aunt hated him today, he would not let her get over there. With his strength, he could only get 10 meters away from Changyang Mingyue. If it were Yu Fengyan, she would have been turned into an ice sculpture before she could even get 20 meters away. Mother, don't come over here. Don't come over here. Changyang Mingyue loudly sobbed as tears rolled down her cheeks. Her face was filled with sorrow. She retreated step by step, moving further and further away from Yu Fengyan. After almost 10 years, the mother and daughter finally reunited in this world of ice and snow. However, they could only look at each other from a distance of 100 meters. This was extremely painful for both Yu Fengyan and Changyang Mingyue. In the end, the two of them greeted each other from a distance of 100 meters. They were concerned for each other. The feelings of longing that had been buried in their hearts for many years erupted like a flood. Unknowingly, the two of them had already talked for most of the day, but the sky did not change at all. It was as if night did not exist there. Your Majesty, it's time for you to return. You can't leave the Divine Hall for too long before your profound ice body has fully matured. At this moment, an emotionless voice suddenly rang out. Protector Shui finally spoke from the top of the Divine Hall. Jianchen, Ruijin, Honglian, and Blackfish were all surprised when they heard the voice. They all looked in the direction of the voice, and only at this moment did they suddenly discover a completely armored person standing high up in the divine hall. The eyes of Ruijin, Honglian, and Blackfish all narrowed the moment they saw Protector Shui. Their hearts churned as they were unable to remain calm. This was because the three of them had the feeling that Protector Shui had been there before they had arrived. She did not disguise herself at all, just standing there casually. However, the three of them were unable to discover her. Moreover, Ruijin and the others also understood that if Protector Shui hadn't taken the initiative to speak, then they would probably never have noticed her. Ruijin, Honglian, and Blackfish looked at each other. Their faces became extremely ugly. Not only were they unable to see through Protector Shui's strength, they could not even sense her presence. It was as if she did not exist at all, where they could only see her with their eyes. She's surpassed the Holy Emperor. At that moment, the same thought appeared in the heads of Ruijin, Heiyu, and Heiyu. The three of them had clashed with Holy Emperor experts more than once, so they obviously understood them extremely well. However, the feeling that Protector Shui gave them was completely different from the Holy Emperor. Although they had never seen Protector Shui fight before, nor did they know her strength, the three of them were extremely certain that she was definitely a sovereign who had surpassed the Holy Emperor. Ruijin, Heiyu, and Heiyu were extremely shocked by the fact that there were actually sovereigns who had surpassed the Holy Emperor in an age where Holy Emperor experts were extremely rare. Changyang Mingyue reluctantly looked at Jianchen and Yu Fengyan. She said, "Mother, brother, I'm going back." "Mother, don't worry. Once my profound ice body matures, I'll definitely come back to visit you." Yu Fengyan felt like her heart was being stabbed by a blade when she was about to part with her beloved daughter. She stared at Changyang Mingyue's alluring face with great reluctance as tears constantly flowed from her eyes. "Brother, if you come across anything you can't deal with in the future, just come find me. No matter what trouble you come across, I'll help you deal with it. Brother, I heard from Protector Shui that you've become very powerful. You've become a holy emperor, but you can't underestimate me. I've also become a holy emperor, and I've reached the 9th heavenly layer at that. You're not my opponent right now." Changyang Mingyue faintly smiled when she reached there. She seemed rather proud of herself. "What? Sister, you've already reached the 9th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor?" Jianchen was shocked. Disbelief filled his face. Ruijin, Honglian, and Blackfish also became shocked when they heard that. "Fourth brother, remember to come and look for second sister after a year. Second sister has a gift for you. Also, these icy plains are Protector Shui's territory. She knows everything that happens on the icy plains. I'll tell her that the next time you come, you just need to stand on the icy plains and she'll bring you over." With that, Changyang Mingyue disappeared into the Ice Goddess Hall. "Mingyue, Mother will be waiting for your return at home. You can stay here and cultivate peacefully," Yu Fengyan shouted at the closed door. "Aunt, sister is doing very well here. She'll be back before long, so don't be too sad," Jianchen comforted Yu Fengyan gently. Yu Fengyan clearly understood that Changyang Mingyue's presence here was a great fortune for her, so she calmed down very quickly. However, after personally witnessing that Changyang Mingyue was fine, her anxiety and worry rapidly vanished without her realizing it. Her face glowed with some vigor again, and her mood improved drastically. Jianchen looked at Protector Shui and clasped his hands. "Senior, there's something I don't understand. May I ask why my sister has become the Holy Maiden of the Ice Goddess Hall? Please tell me." Jianchen was also extremely curious as to why Changyang Mingyue had become the Holy Maiden of the Arctic. However, he also knew that probably even Changyang Mingyue did not know the answer, so he could only ask Protector Shui. He had already learnt from Changyang Mingyue that Protector Shui was the most powerful person in the Ice Goddess Hall. Her strength was unfathomable, and her status in the Ice Goddess Hall was only second to one. You still don't have the right to know about Her Majesty's matters. If it weren't for the fact that you still have a sibling relationship with Her Majesty, you would have died long ago. How would you still be standing here alive? Protector Shui's voice was extremely cold, as if she was emotionless. She then looked at Ruijin, Honglian, and Blackfish. She stared at them like she was looking at ants and said, "Tell me, where did you obtain the saint artifacts with a sliver of origin energy?" Ruijin, Honglian, and Heiyu looked at one another. They felt an ill omen, but after a moment of hesitation, they still said, "The ancient divine beast, the winged tiger, left them for us." "The winged tiger," Protector Shui murmured. Protector Shui murmured, "It really is that saint beast. I never thought that he would be even more extraordinary than I had imagined. He was actually able to send a saint artifact here without me noticing at all." For a moment, Protector Shui fell silent. She sank into her thoughts, and only after a while did she continue, "The saint artifacts on the three of you should not have appeared in this world. Out of consideration for Her Majesty, I won't make things difficult for you. Hand over the saint artifacts yourselves. I want to destroy them." The expressions of Ruijin, Honglian, and Heiyu changed with that. The Sacred Dragon's armor and Sacred Dragon's sword were the legacy treasures of the Dragon Clan, while the 9 refined Godfire Feather and Scorching Godfire Hairpin were the legacy treasures of the Scorching Divine Phoenix Clan. These items held great significance to them, so how could they hand them over? "Senior, you want to destroy the legacy treasures of the Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan right from the start. Aren't you going too far?" Jianshan was furious as well. He bellowed with a sunken face. "That's right. The legacy treasures of our two clans are more important than our lives. It's impossible for us to hand them over for you to destroy." Ruijin bellowed furiously. Even though he knew that his opponent was a sovereign who had surpassed the Holy Emperor, he still showed no fear. "If you want to destroy the legacy treasures of my Phoenix clan, you'll have to do it over my dead body," Honglian said firmly. Red light burned in her eyes. She was extremely furious. "If the legacy treasures on you really are the legacy treasures from back then, I naturally wouldn't interfere, but they're no longer the legacy treasures from back then. They're saint artifacts that don't belong to this world, so I'll naturally destroy them. I'll give the three of you two choices right now. The first is to hand over the saint artifacts and let me destroy them, and I'll let you leave safely. The second is to stay here with the saint artifacts," Protector Shui said slowly. "Humph. Senior, you keep saying that the legacy treasures of Seniors Ruijin and Honglian are no longer the legacy treasures from back then. Have you personally seen the legacy treasures of the Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan?" Jianshan said coldly. However, he was extremely nervous inside. Ruijin and Honglian's faces became extremely ugly. They both possessed legacy memories, so they obviously understood the legacy treasures extremely well. They understood that the current legacy treasures were indeed very different from the legacy treasures from back then. They had already discovered this when they first obtained the legacy treasures. Blackfish could not help but draw his origin energy weapon, the machete. At the same time, a suit of armor appeared on him. He bellowed out, "No matter who you are, it's impossible for you to destroy our origin energy treasures. So what if you've surpassed the Holy Emperor? Today, I'd like to see just how powerful a sovereign who has surpassed the Holy Emperor is." A tremendous presence erupted from Heiyu's body. Energy surged into the machete in his hand, causing the machete to shine with silver light. Powerful saber chi wreaked havoc in the surroundings. Blackfish knew that Protector Shui was extremely powerful. She was a sovereign who had surpassed the Holy Emperor, so he used his full strength without holding back at all. Protector Shui stared at Blackfish in disdain. She did not seem to do anything, but in the next moment, a layer of crystalline ice rapidly spread from beneath Blackfish's feet. The ice spread extremely quickly, covering his entire body in the blink of an eye. Chapter 12:26. Ruijin and Honglian were immediately shocked when they saw Blackfish turn into an ice statue in the blink of an eye. Blackfish had Origin Energy armor for defense and Origin Energy weapons for offense. He could even remain undefeated against an expert like the Holy Emperor, yet he could not even withstand a single blow from Protector Shui. He had been frozen without being able to put up any resistance at all. They finally witnessed the terror of those who had surpassed the Holy Emperor. Jianchen and newbies also stared at Blackfish in shock as their hearts churned. Eufonian could also tell that Ruijin's group had come into conflict with Protector Shui, so she immediately became nervous. She knew that Ruijin and Honglian had assisted her in coming here today, so she obviously did not wish for anything to happen to them. In her opinion, the three of them had traveled so far to come to the Ice Goddess Hall because of her. If she caused trouble for Ruijin's group, she would feel guilty. Senior, for Mingyue's sake, can you not make things difficult for Senior Ruijin, Senior Honglian and Senior Blackfish? Eufonian asked loudly. She really did not wish to see Ruijin's group become trapped here because of her. Protector Shui's eyes were cold and emotionless, like ice that could never be melted. She had heard Eufonian's plea, but she was not moved at all. She did not even glance at Eufonian, treating her like she was invisible. In reality, if it were not for the fact that the Saintess was extremely close to Eufonian as a mother, she would never have allowed Eufonian to stand there unscathed. Will the two of you choose to let me destroy the Saint artifact or remain here forever? Protector Shui asked Ruijin and Honglian coldly. Even if we know we're not your opponent, we'll never hand over our legacy treasure. If you want to destroy our legacy treasure, you'll have to step over our corpses, Eufonian coldly replied. Ruijin said coldly. Golden light erupted from his body as the Sacred Dragon's armor and Sacred Dragon's sword shone with dazzling golden light. Terrifying shockwaves of energy revolved around him as a layer of fine golden dragon scales rapidly appeared, covering his entire body. Even his hands had turned into two huge dragon claws. At the same time, flames surged around Ruijin. With a clear phoenix's cry, Honglian turned into a huge phoenix that was several dozen meters long. The 9 refined godfire feathers covered her body while the scorching godfire hairpin hovered above her head. The scarlet flames around her rapidly turned white, radiating with terrifying heat. Newbies, second ant, returned to the artifact space first. Jianchen did not remain idle while Ruijin and Honglian fought. He immediately sent newbies and Eufonian into the artifact space. A deafening dragon's roar and phoenix's cry rang out at the same time. Ruijin and Honglian struck out at the same time. They used their full strength without holding back at all. The golden sacred dragon's sword shone with dazzling golden light as it shot toward Protector Shui with a great might that could make the world tremble. The scorching godfire heavenly hairpin was enveloped by a ball of scorching white flames. It radiated with a terrifying heat that was comparable to the sun. With a swish, it turned into a streak of white light and shot toward Protector Shui at unbelievable speed. Wherever it passed, the air would turn charred. The terrifying heat seemed to have set the air ablaze. Looks like you've made your choice. Very good. Protector Shui coldly said. A gleam of light flashed through her eyes, and the sacred dragon's sword and scorching godfire hairpin came to a halt. An invisible barrier seemed to obstruct them. No matter how terrifying the might of the two weapons was, they were unable to advance any further. In the next moment, a layer of ice appeared on the scorching godfire heavenly hairpin and the sacred dragon's sword. The sharp sword chi on the sacred dragon's sword and the terrifying white flames on the scorching godfire heavenly hairpin were unable to stop the ice from spreading. Wherever the ice passed, the sharp sword chi would be frozen while the white flames that were as hot as the sun would be extinguished instantly. In the blink of an eye, the origin energy weapons that were unstoppable on the Tianyuan continent had been frozen in the air by a thin layer of ice. Ruijin and Honglian were filled with shock. In the next moment, their faces suddenly froze, turning into an eternity. This was because a thin layer of ice had silently appeared on their bodies. Before the two of them could react, the ice had enveloped them with lightning speed, turning them into ice sculptures. Although the ice crystals were weak, they contained unimaginable power. Not only did they freeze their bodies, but they also sent a stream of extremely cold air into their bodies, freezing the energy in their bodies and freezing their souls at the same time. At that moment, Ruijin, Honglian, and Blackfish's minds froze at the same time. Time seemed to have stopped for the three of them. Senior Ruijin, Senior Honglian, Senior Blackfish. Jianshan's eyes became bloodshot as he called out loudly. He arrived beside Ruijin and constantly threw punch after punch at the ice. Every single punch contained his full strength. He wanted to shatter the ice and free Ruijin and the others. Unfortunately, while the ice seemed thin, it was extraordinarily tough. Jianshan's punches, which could easily crush a mountain, only produced muffled sounds when they struck the ice. Let alone shattering the ice, they did not even leave behind a mark. Seeing how his punches were ineffective, Jianshan pulled out his emperor armament and stabbed out as hard as he could. Ding! The sharp tip of the emperor armament struck the translucent ice and produced a crisp sound. His attack had almost reached the peak of the seventh heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor, but it still failed to leave behind a single mark. Jianshan did not give up. He roared at the sky as his hair danced wildly. With his clothes fluttering in the wind, the Emperor armament constantly struck the ice around Ruijin, producing crisp sounds. He used his full strength every single time he swung his sword. However, even after several hundred swings, the layer of ice around Ruijin remained unscathed. Jianshan still failed to leave behind a single mark. Protector Shui stood on the divine hall without moving at all, like an ice sculpture. She coldly stared at Jianshan and said, "Go. It's impossible for you to break through my ice, even if you possess the strength of the Holy Emperor." Jianshan also knew that it was impossible for him to break through the seemingly weak layer of ice with his strength. He stopped what he was doing and looked at Protector Shui. He said, "Senior, you've already sealed up the Origin Energy Treasure, so can you release the three seniors, Ruijin and the others? I'm already letting you leave safely because of your relationship with the Saintess, yet you still dare to raise conditions with me." Protector Shui's gaze became rather sharp as her voice became filled with heavy killing intent. With a wave of her hand, Jianshan suddenly vanished from the icy plains. Jianshan only felt like his body had been tightly bound by an invisible force. The force was extremely powerful, making Jianshan feel like he was facing the vastness of the universe. He was as weak as an ant before the force, unable to resist at all. He could not even think about resisting. "Oh no, is Protector Shui going to attack me?" Jianshan's heart sank. However, as soon as he thought of that, he felt his body lighten. The tremendous force that had bound him suddenly vanished, and he felt a burning sensation. The world of ice and snow before him had vanished, and he stood on a desolate piece of land. Jianshan knew that he had returned to the Tianyuan continent, but he was not happy at all because Ruijin and the others were still trapped in the Arctic. They had not come out with him. Suddenly, Jianshan shot up from the ground and into the clouds. He hovered in the air and quickly found his position with a map. He discovered that he was not far from the sea that separated the North Pole from the North Pole. With a thought, a speck of golden light immediately flew out from between Jianshan's eyebrows. It turned into a fist-sized golden tower that hovered in the air. "Artifact Spirit, find a place to hide with my aunt and newbies. I'm going to the Ice Goddess Hall. If I don't return in 7 days, get newbies to take you back to the Changyang Prefecture," Jianshan said to the Golden Tower. With the order, the Golden Tower immediately disappeared into the ground as a golden streak of light. Jianshan made his way to the Ice Goddess Hall again by himself. A day later, Jianchen leapt over the vast ocean and landed on the icy plains once again. He then used the illusory flash and shot toward the depths of the icy plains as a blur. Just when Jianchen had traveled less than 10 kilometers, a terrifying stream of coldness seemed to descend from the sky. The temperature of the icy plains suddenly plummeted, quickly condensing into a layer of ice on Jianchen's body. Jianchen knew that Protector Shui was probably secretly warning him, but he showed no fear. He did not slow down at all as he circulated his chaotic force as hard as he could to block the terrifying coldness in the surroundings. Jianchen would never allow the three of them to be trapped on the icy plains because of him. He knew that the only person who could save Ruijin and the others was Changyang Mingyue. His objective this time was very simple. He wanted to approach the Ice Goddess Hall again and alert Changyang Mingyue. More and more ice crystals condensed on Jianchen, and his movements became rather sluggish. The bone-chilling coldness constantly attempted to invade his body in an attempt to freeze his vitality, but it was blocked by his chaotic force. "If you don't leave the icy plains, you'll end up like the three of them," a cold and obscure voice clearly rang out in Jianchen's head. "Senior, please release Ruijin and the others. Otherwise, I, Jianchen, swear that I won't let this matter go." Jianchen called out. However, as soon as he said that, he felt an extremely terrifying stream of coldness envelop him. Even his chaotic force was unable to stop the stream of coldness for even a moment. In a single moment, Jianchen was frozen into a lifelike statue, immobilized. Jianchen lost control over his body. He tried his best to control his chaotic force to neutralize the stream of coldness, but as soon as his chaotic force came in contact with the stream of coldness, it was also frozen by the terrifying stream of coldness, losing control over it. Jianchen was shocked. However, no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to stop the stream of coldness from invading his body. The coldness rapidly spread through his body, freezing his flesh and blood, freezing his vitality. Even the chaotic Niden in his dantian was frozen. At the same time, the stream of coldness rapidly spread toward his brain in an attempt to freeze his soul. Chapter 12:27. Two resplendent lights, one violet and one azure, enveloped Jianchen's sea of consciousness. At the same time, they protected Jianchen's soul. As soon as the terrifying stream of coldness came into contact with the azure and violet lights, it began to slow down. The rapidly spreading momentum finally met with an obstruction, and it was difficult to advance any further. "What powerful coldness! Master, where have you come to? How can there be such powerful coldness? Even your chaotic Niden has been frozen," Ziying's voice rang out in Jianchen's head. Her voice was filled with shock. Not only had Jianchen lost control of his body, but he had also lost his senses. The moment the sword spirits protected his soul, his consciousness had entered his sea of consciousness involuntarily. In the center of his sea of consciousness, a 5-colored crystal floated there. This was a 5-colored immortal crystal that Jianchen had accidentally bought in Wallerant City. In the past few years, the sword spirits had been absorbing the pure immortal qi within the crystal to recover their vitality, and the crystal had shrunk by a few sizes. Beside the 5-colored fairy crystal, 2 rays of light, one purple and one green, slowly revolved around the 5-colored fairy crystal like a rotating Taiji diagram. The 2 rays of light seemed to be intertwined with each other, but they did not touch each other and always maintained a gap. This was the original form of the sword spirit. However, the color of their original forms was much deeper than before. Jianchen understood that the sword spirits had become much more powerful than before after using the 5-colored immortal crystals to recover their vitality. Although the sword spirits were recovering in Jianchen's sea of consciousness, they clearly did not pay attention to anything. They knew nothing about what Jianchen had encountered in the Arctic Ice Goddess Hall. Jianchen recounted everything that had happened to him in the Arctic Ice Goddess Hall. The sword spirits immediately fell into a short period of silence. After quite a while, Ziying's stern voice rang out, "In the past, Qing Suo and I both sensed that someone was secretly spying on us with the senses of their soul. However, we were heavily injured and had yet to recover, so we were unable to find where the person was hiding. Looking at it now, that person was that Protector Shui. Master, that Protector Shui is extremely powerful. She probably doesn't belong to this world. With your current strength, you are powerless before her. You must not provoke her." "Sword spirits, are you saying that Protector Shui came from another world just like me?" Jianchen asked in surprise. "That's right. The only difference is that Master came from below, while Protector Shui came from above. Although she is extremely powerful, she is restricted by the laws of the world here. She can't attack as she pleases, nor can she destroy the balance here, or she will be punished by the world. Master should be fine as long as you don't provoke her," Ziying said. Jianchen's heart sank with that. He had never thought that Protector Shui would have such a great background. She was an expert from a higher world. In other words, he would not be able to save Ruijin's group in a short amount of time. As a matter of fact, he would not even be able to see his sister if Protector Shui purposefully prevented him from doing so. Although the sword spirits had said that Protector Shui could not attack as she pleases, that meant that she could not attack without reason. Protector Shui had also said that the origin energy weapons of Ruijin's group were saint artifacts that should not have appeared this year. Protector Shui had used this reason to attack Ruijin's group. It was reasonable and reasonable. Master, Qing Suo and I have yet to recover our strength, so we are not Protector Shui's opponent. However, we can neutralize the coldness in Master's body. All you need to do is cooperate with us and break free from the bindings of the ice seal. Then, we will leave the icy plains as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if Protector Shui attacks Master again, Master's coldness will increase by several levels. At that time, even Qing Suo and my assistants will be useless," Ziying sternly said. "I understand. Ziying Qing Suo, let's begin," Jianchen said. Afterward, the azure and violet light in Jianchen's sea of consciousness became brighter and brighter. Afterward, the two streaks of light shot out from Jianchen's sea of consciousness like two sharp swords. The two streaks of light coiled around each other, but they did not touch each other. They shot toward Jianchen's dantian like a hot knife through butter. The two streaks of light were like miniature suns. All the coldness along the way melted away as soon as they came in contact with them. When the two streaks of light arrived in Jianchen's dantian, the coldness that had frozen his chaotic Niden immediately began to disperse rapidly. Jianchen regained control over his chaotic Niden. Without needing the sword spirits to say anything, Jianchen immediately used his mind to control his chaotic Niden to spit out strands of chaotic force. Afterward, he worked with the sword spirit's energy to circulate through his body, quickly purging the coldness from his body. A few seconds later, a huge sound suddenly rang out from the snowy tundra. Jianchen shattered the thin layer of ice on his body. Without any hesitation, he immediately rose into the air and flew off into the distance as a blur. He left the tundra as quickly as he could. "Master, we've expended quite a lot of energy. We'll have to enter a period of deep sleep. We'll only awaken when Master faces a life or death crisis or when there's a heavenly resource that can draw our attention." Ziying's voice was rather weak. After saying that, she did not move at all. Jianchen sank into his sea of consciousness. As expected, he discovered that the sword spirits had dimmed slightly. Clearly, purging the coldness from their bodies had taken quite a toll on them. In the Ice Goddess Hall, the silver-armored Protector Shui remained motionless in her original spot like an ice sculpture. A thoughtful look appeared in her eyes. Suddenly, a gleam of light flashed through Protector Shui's eyes. She glanced in the direction Jianchen had left in, but she soon lost interest. She glanced past the origin energy weapons of Ruijin and the other two as she sank into her thoughts. Suddenly, a resplendent light erupted from Protector Shui's cold eyes. Immediately, the temperature in the surroundings plummeted, becoming countless times colder than a 10,000-year-old ice cavern. Protector Shui slowly clenched her fist as a destructive energy gathered in her fist. She coldly said, "I understand now. I finally understand now. No wonder I always felt that something was off when I used the senses of my soul to spy on you. You've discovered that I was spying on you long ago and purposefully put on an act for me to see. Good, good, good. What a emotion. What a winged tiger." Protector Shui's voice became colder and colder. Her anger became greater and greater. Protector Shui suddenly looked in the direction of the Tian Yuan continent. A huge stone statue gradually appeared in her icy cold eyes. It was the statue of a god that stood at the center of Mercenary City. The next moment, the statue in her eyes vanished, replaced by a huge divine hall with 99 floors tall. This was the supreme divine hall on the Beast God continent, the Beast God Hall. Winged Tiger Mo Tianyun, just who are you? Even this queen has been fooled by you, Protector Shui said through gritted teeth. She felt like she had been tricked by the Winged Tiger and Mo Tianyun. This was a great humiliation to her, a humiliation that she would never be able to wash away. Protector Shui suddenly waved her hand and 3 finger-sized ice arrows condensed in the air. They then shot toward the 3 frozen origin energy weapons with lightning-like speed. With 3 crisp sounds, the sacred dragon's sword, the scorching godfire hairpin, and Blackfish's machete all snapped in half. They fell to the ground with a clatter. Jianshan returned to the Changyang prefecture of Lore City in a rather dejected manner after finding the saint artifact. He locked himself up in his room and did not take a single step out. Ever since Yu Fengyan returned from the Ice Goddess Hall, her mood had greatly improved. In just a few days, she was glowing with health, and the worry between her brows had completely vanished. Even her haggard face improved day by day. Jianshan locked himself up in his room for the past few days. No one came to disturb him. He currently sat on his bed as he held a dim high-class monster core in one hand. He did his best to absorb the energy within to cultivate. The monster cores had all been taken from the artifact space. They had been covered in dust for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. Through the corrosion of time, they could not even be called monster cores anymore. They were products between rock and monster cores. Not only had most of the energy inside been drained away, but what little energy remained was basically solid as well, making it extremely difficult to absorb. After experiencing how helpless he was when Rui Jin and the others were trapped, Jianshan's desire for great power was roused. As soon as he returned to the Changyang prefecture, he locked himself up in his room to cultivate. Jianshan did not use the active monster cores in his space ring. They all came from the Heaven's Incense School. After distributing a large number to Bai Lian and Xiao Bao, he did not have much left. Even if he absorbed all the monster cores, his chaotic body would not be able to reach the 4th layer. There was still a large number of almost useless monster cores in the artifact space. Due to the difficulty of absorbing them, he could only barely absorb them with his special cultivation method and chaotic body. If he gave them to someone else, even the Holy Emperor would not be able to absorb all the solidified energy. As a result, Jianshan needed to refine the almost useless monster cores first. He also understood that even if he refined all the monster cores in the artifact space and the space ring, he would not be able to reach the 4th layer. However, he would be able to strengthen his chaotic Niden a little at the very least. The energy required for each layer of the chaotic body would increase by several times or even over a dozen times. The amount of resources required to reach the 4th layer from the 3rd layer was unimaginable. In the blink of an eye, Jianshan had already been in seclusion for several days. He had refined many monster cores during that time, but the effects were almost negligible. His chaotic Niden remained the same size without any changes. Jianshan could not even sense any increase in his chaotic body. Jianshan, the worldly ebb has arrived early. It will erupt soon, so prepare yourself and come to the sea realm as soon as possible. At this moment, Poseidon's vague voice rang out in Jianshan's head. It was gentle and extremely pleasant. Chapter 12:28. It's time to fulfill Poseidon's promise. I just never thought that the day of the worldly ebb would come so soon, Jianshan murmured to himself. He was not surprised that Poseidon had been able to find him. Although Poseidon no longer possessed a body, his soul was even more powerful than in ancient times. He could easily envelop the entire Tian Yuan continent or even the beast god continent. Jianshan got off the bed. He had no idea how long his trip to the sea realm would take. Before he left, there were some things he needed to make clear, especially the flame mercenaries. He needed to be on guard against the revenge of the underworld sect at all times. Ahu, don't go. Don't leave your mother. You're my only son. Mother can't be without you, Ahu. As soon as Jianshan opened the door, Ling Long's sorrowful voice rang out from afar. Jianshan was stunned, but he seemed to think of something soon after. His face immediately changed slightly, and he hurried over. From afar, Jianshan saw his elder brother, Changyang, who, hovering 10 meters in the air in white robes. He did not give off any pulses of energy. He did not control elemental energy as a heaven saint master to hover in the air. At the same time, Jianshan did not sense any saint ruler abilities from Changyang, who was hovering in the air in a way that even Jianshan did not understand and had never heard of before. An indescribable charm flowed from Changyang, making him seem otherworldly. He seemed like an immortal who had not been tainted by the dust of the mortal world. He possessed a sacred charm. On the ground, Ling Long raised her head to look at the Changyang prefecture hovering 10 meters in the air. Tears constantly streamed down her face. She was filled with sorrow as she cried out pleadingly. A group of guards had already gathered around them. Even Yu Fengyan, Bai Yushuang, Bai Yuntian, and the head of Changyang Prefecture, Changyang Ba, had hurried over. All of them looked at Changyang in bewilderment. Jianshan's heart sank. He knew that the thing he hated to see the most had finally happened. He took a step forward and instantly crossed over 100 meters and appeared in front of Changyang. Big brother! Looking at Changyang, emotionless expression, Jianshan couldn't help but anxiously call out to Changyang. Changyang, expression was very calm. His eyes were sometimes very bright, clear and transparent, like two resplendent pearls, filled with great wisdom and great perseverance. Sometimes it would become an expanse of darkness. It was as deep as the vast starry sky, and it contained a universe that was all-encompassing. It was as if it had formed a small world of its own, and it was extremely mysterious and difficult to understand. Fourth brother, big brother is leaving. Changyang said to Jianshan with a calm gaze. There was a trace of a smile on his face. The way he called out fourth brother was so calm, and it no longer had the sincerity from before. At this moment, Jianshan felt as if his big brother had become a completely different person. He was so unfamiliar that Jianshan couldn't find the slightest trace of familiarity. The scenes of him interacting with his big brother in Kargath Academy flashed through Jianshan's mind like a movie. Jianshan felt waves of pain in his heart. He had already realized that his big brother Changyang had already severed the last of his familial ties. From now on, he had become a stranger. The big brother in his memories would no longer exist in the future. From now on, his big brother, who was as close as a brother to him, would only live in his memories. Big brother, have you really severed your own emotions? Can you really bear to see Big Ant hurt because of you? Jianshan's voice trembled slightly. He still wanted to try and see if he could awaken Changyang. Changyang continued to smile. His expression did not change at all after hearing Jianshan's words. He gazed deeply into the distance and said, "The world is heartless. We are nurtured by the world, and we follow the path of the world to comprehend the world. The turbid air of the mortal world is like strands of demonic aura, blinding the eyes of the world and confusing the hearts of the world. Only by transcending can we find our original heart and understand the mysteries of the world. Life is like a dream. In life, dreams come true. When people die, dreams come to an end. Everything we experience is both real and illusory, but in the end, it will still turn into nothingness. Dreams may seem fake, but they are not real. What seems real is not real. The so-called emotions and desires are all like this, illusory and illusory. Only by dispelling the fog of the mortal world, finding our original heart, understanding our true self, and severing our false self can we settle down and establish our life. We can witness the mysteries of the world and prove the supreme great Tao. With that, Chongyang Hu drifted away. He left in a carefree manner without any hesitation. Jianshan remained silent. He hovered in the air as he silently watched Chongyang Hu's figure gradually disappear into the distance. He felt waves of pain in his heart. He knew that Chongyang Hu had completely severed everything. In the future, there would probably be no more familial ties in Chongyang Hu's eyes. There would only be an unchanging heart to comprehend the world. He had embarked on an unusual path. For a moment, Jianshan became somewhat dispirited. He was in a very bad mood. Not long ago, he had lost Ruijin, Honglian, and Blackfish. Today, he had lost the big brother he respected the most. Although he had the ability to force his big brother to stay, he did not do so. He knew that all of this was futile. Chongyang Hu's path had already been decided. It was difficult to change it. Chongyang Hu's departure without any reluctance shattered Linglong's heart. She let out a sorrowful cry before fainting. First madam. The maids turned pale with fright and quickly supported Linglong. Send First Madam back to her room to rest, Chongyang Ba said with a downcast expression. His heart was very heavy. Jianshan stared at the place where Chongyang Hu disappeared for a long time before letting out a long sigh. He returned to the ground with a gloomy expression. Xiang'er, come to mother. Bai Yuntian came to Jianshan's side and tightly held onto Jianshan's arm. After personally witnessing what had happened to Chongyang Hu, Bai Yuntian felt somewhat afraid. She was afraid that she would lose her child like Linglong. Xiang'er, can you tell father what happened to your big brother? Chongyang Ba asked bitterly. He had also realized that his eldest son, Chongyang Hu, had probably become a thing of the past. Jianshan remained silent for a moment before saying, Big brother has chosen a path that suits him. He has embarked on a different path of cultivation. I don't know what will happen in the future. Outside Lore City, a white-robed person stood on a tree branch and watched Chongyang Hu leave. He murmured, Looks like Chongyang Hu has already broken through the final barrier. His state of mind has already reached perfection. He has finally reached this step. Due to what had happened to Chongyang Hu, Jianshan's journey to the Sea Realm was delayed by a day. On the second day, Jianshan first went to the Flame Mercenaries to hand over some matters before comforting Bai Yuntian. After repeatedly promising that he would return once he was done, he set off for the Sea Realm with newbies. Emerging from the space gate, Jianshan and newbies hovered above the vast sea. Feeling the tranquility of the sea and the gentle breeze, they immediately felt a sense of comfort and relaxation from the bottom of their hearts. The gloominess from their brother's departure the previous day was completely swept away. With the help of the sea goddess, Jianshan and newbies passed through the barrier without any obstructions. At the same time, Poseidon's voice rang out in their ears, The worldly ebb will erupt in the next few days. I will keep an eye on the situation of the worldly ebb. Stay in the Sea Realm for the next few days and wait for my news. Yes, Your Majesty Poseidon. Jianshan replied respectfully. After a moment of hesitation, he said to the empty space, Your Majesty, Jianshan has something to ask. May I ask if your majesty knows the protector Shui of the Arctic Ice Goddess Hall? Jianshan knew that Poseidon was basically an omnipresent existence in the sea realm. She would definitely be able to hear what he said. However, as soon as Jianshan finished speaking, an illusionary woman with a hazy appearance silently appeared before him. She asked sternly, "Why are you asking about the Arctic Ice Goddess Hall? Do you still want to go there?" Before Jianshan could reply, Poseidon continued, "I've never heard of the protector Shui of the Arctic Ice Goddess Hall, but the Arctic Ice Goddess Hall is an extremely terrifying place. Who knows how many holy emperor experts have entered the icy plains since ancient times, but less than 1/10 of them have returned alive. In the past, I tried to investigate the depths of the icy plains with the power of my soul, but as soon as my soul approached the icy plains, it was frozen by an extremely terrifying coldness. At the same time, the coldness used the power of my soul as a guide, rapidly spreading toward the sea realm. If I had not withdrawn the power of my soul in time, the consequences would have been unthinkable." Poseidon's voice was filled with deep fear. It was more than enough to make the sea goddess, who had reached the origin realm, feel like this. Afterwards, the winged tiger gave Amagami to me. At the same time, he reminded me that unless the icy plains in the Arctic vanished, I was not to investigate the icy plains no matter what happened. As a result, I never went to investigate the icy plains again. Poseidon's voice was filled with mixed emotions. The power of her soul was extremely powerful. Not only could it envelop the entire sea realm, but she could even go to the vast Tian Yuan continent and Beast God continent as she pleased. She could even extend it to the wasteland continent where the 100 races resided. Without any exaggeration, she could go wherever she wanted with her soul in this world. There was no power that could threaten her, even the greatest danger zone on the Tian Yuan continent, the Death Nest. Only the Arctic Ice Goddess Hall was a forbidden zone that she would never set foot in. "Your Majesty, do you know when the Ice Goddess Hall appeared?" Jianshan asked again. After all, the sea goddess was a sovereign who had been born in the same era as Mo Tianyun and the others. The secrets she knew were incomparable to the Holy Emperor. The Ice Goddess Hall seems to have existed since ancient times. No one knows when it appeared, but the people of the Ice Goddess Hall rarely appear on the Tian Yuan continent. Every time they appear, they go to the Tian Yuan continent to find disciples. "They keep an extremely low profile," said Poseidon. She answered all of Jianshan's questions to the best of her abilities. At this moment, Jianshan thought about how the sword spirits had said that protector Shui had come from above. If that was the case, was the Ice Goddess Hall created by protector Shui? Jianshan asked again when he thought up to there, "Your Majesty, is there a way for people who have surpassed the Holy Emperor to live for over 1,000,000 years? Poseidon shook her head. "Beyond the Holy Emperor is the origin realm. There are 3 realms of origin, which are receival, returnance, and reciprocity. According to my understanding, the origin realm only has a lifespan of 100,000 years. Even if you reach returnance and use various heavenly resources to increase your lifespan, it's impossible for you to live for over 200,000 years. It's impossible for you to live for 1,000,000 years. Perhaps it's only possible if you surpass the origin realm and reach an even higher realm. Of course, if you have the assistance of some heaven-defying treasure, you might be able to live for 1,000,000 years or even longer. However, even if that's the case, you'll only end up like me. You'll only be able to preserve your soul, but you won't be able to possess a body. At the same time, your soul won't be able to leave the treasure that protects it." Chapter 12:29. The only place Jianshan could stay in the sea realm was the Turtle Clan, so after ending his conversation with Poseidon, he flew to the territory of the Turtle Clan with newbies. The space in the sea realm was even tougher than outside. It was impossible for holy emperors to rip open space gates in there, so Jianshan and newbies could only fly to the Turtle Clan. Haha, it's said that the barrier around the sea realm can stop foreign experts who have reached the level of Holy Emperor. As a foreign Holy Emperor, I, newbies, can still enter and exit the sea realm so effortlessly. Probably only the two of us can enjoy such treatment in the entire world. Newbies could not help but laugh happily as the two of them flew. Oh right, Jianshin, that big guy is still cultivating in the artifact space. He doesn't seem to have come to the sea realm before, right? Let's get him to come out and broaden his horizons, Newbies added. With that, Jianshin immediately thought of Tai Ta, who had always been cultivating in the artifact space. After hesitating slightly, he called Tai Ta out in the end. With a flash of golden light, Tai Ta's burly figure appeared beside Jianshin. His skin was faintly golden as a faint golden light radiated from his body. It seemed like he was wearing a set of gilded skin. As Tai Ta's identity was just too sensitive on the Tian Yuan continent, Jianshin had never dared to expose Tai Ta to the world. After all, the war god of the 100 races had completely offended the beast god continent and the Tian Yuan continent in ancient times. Once the news of the war god's reappearance spread, he would not be able to protect Tai Ta with his current strength. However, it was different in the Sea Realm. In ancient times, the Sea Realm was the only great race that did not take part in the war, so they had no grievances with the war god of the 100 races. Perhaps to the various experts of the Sea Realm, whether the war god of the 100 races appeared or not had nothing to do with them, so there was no conflict of interest. It was exactly because of this that Jianshin could allow Tai Ta to appear in the Sea Realm so boldly without any worries. This was Tai Ta's first time in the Sea Realm. As soon as he emerged from the sacred artifact space, he kept looking around. He was very curious about everything here. He kept asking Jianshin and Newbies all sorts of questions. Jianshin and Newbies explained everything to Iron Tower as they traveled. They shared everything they knew with Iron Tower. The three of them maintained a straight line as they flew in the direction of the Turtle Clan. They flew over many large clans and attracted quite a few experts to stop them. However, when the three of them unleashed their presences without holding back, the experts who had come to stop them immediately paled. They politely clasped their hands at Jianshin's group before retreating obediently. After traveling for several hours, Jianshin's group finally returned to the Turtle Clan. However, what entered his eyes was not the bustling settlement of the Turtle Clan. Instead, it was a blood-soaked battlefield. Blood had gathered into streams as many corpses lay on the ground. Not only were there corpses from the Turtle Clan, but there were also corpses from other sea clans. However, the corpses all wore the same attire, so it was easy to tell that they belonged to the same organization with a single glance. The majestic buildings that once belonged to the Turtle Clan had been reduced to ruins long ago. Bloodstains covered the entire place. In the distance, 200-meter-wide pits had been dug out. Several dozen people in the same attire were busy moving the corpses in the ruins of the Turtle Clan. They moved all the corpses into the 2 pits and buried them. There were hundreds or even thousands of corpses piled up in each pit. The scene before them caused the expressions of Jianshin and Newbies to drastically change. Only the confused Tai Ta remained composed as he studied the ruins of the Turtle Clan. Jianshin hovered several hundred meters in the air as he blankly stared at the gruesome scene below. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. At that moment, he even began to wonder if his eyes were playing tricks on him. Suddenly, a surge of fury surged from Jianshin's heart. Powerful killing intent radiated from his body uncontrollably, causing the temperature in the surroundings to rapidly plummet. It was as if the surroundings had become a cavern of ice. Jianshin suddenly vanished into the sky. When he reappeared, he had crossed over 1,000 meters and appeared before a middle-aged man in the same attire who was moving the corpses. He directly grabbed the man by his clothes and snapped, "What happened to the Turtle Clan? Speak." The middle-aged man was only an Earth Saint Master. The tremendous presence and cold, killing intent from Jianchen pressed down on his chest like a mountain, making it difficult for him to breathe. He almost suffocated as his face paled in a single moment. The middle-aged man deeply understood how terrifying Jianchen was. He even felt like he was facing the eyes of the god of death when he faced Jianchen's cold eyes. They could steal his soul at any time. Why, warrior, the Turtle Clan has already been destroyed by the Tao family. I am a member of the Tao family, so please spare my life for the sake of the Tao family. The middle-aged man was filled with fear as he answered Jianchen with a trembling voice. At the same time, he did not forget to mention the name of the Tao family so that Jianchen would not dare to do anything to him. What? The Turtle Clan has been destroyed. Jianchen murmured in a rather daze. It was like a thunderclap had exploded in his head, making him feel like the world was spinning around him. He did not have a particularly deep relationship with the Turtle Clan, but the Grand Elder of the Turtle Clan had saved his life. In the past, the Grand Elder of the Turtle Clan had been beaten to death in order to save him. He had even become obsessed with the Turtle Clan after his death, which was more than enough to demonstrate just how important the Turtle Clan was to the Grand Elder. Jianchen no longer had the opportunity to thank the Grand Elder for saving his life. The only thing he could do was complete the Grand Elder's lifelong wish, and bring the Turtle Clan back to its former glory so that the Grand Elder could die without any regrets. Yet now, not only had the Turtle Clan failed to return to its former glory under his lead, they had even suffered such a disaster. How could Jianchen not be furious? The Tao family, Jianchen said through gritted teeth. The killing intent in his chest had reached its limit. He then struck the middle-aged man's head with his hand, crushing it to pieces and wiping out his soul. The several dozen people who were moving the corpses all stopped what they were doing and gathered around. They had originally come to check the situation, but when they saw Jianchen smash the middle-aged man's head to pieces, they immediately shivered inside and began to slowly back away. Jianchen slowly glanced past them with his eyes filled with killing intent. He coldly said, "You're all from the Tao family? If that's the case, you can all be buried with the clansmen of the Turtle Clan." "Warrior, please wait." At this moment, an old voice filled with fear rang out. An old man quickly walked over from afar. He wore the same clothes as the people of the Tao family. The old man was a saint ruler, but he was only at the first heavenly layer. Clearly, he had only broken through recently, but his forehead was covered in sweat. The cold killing intent radiating from Jianchen terrified him. "Warrior, an intense battle erupted between the Turtle Clan and the Tao family 3 days ago, but the Turtle Clan was not destroyed. All the remaining people of the Turtle Clan have retreated 10,000 kilometers to the south. We've only come to clean up the battlefield," the old man bowed as he carefully explained. He had not chosen to flee earlier because he understood that fleeing from Jianchen with his strength would be completely pointless. Jianchen immediately expanded the senses of his soul after hearing the old man's words. As expected, he discovered quite a few people of the Turtle Clan 10,000 kilometers to the south. Without any hesitation, he immediately shot into the sky and flew toward where the Turtle Clan had gathered with lightning-like speed. "Big guy, let's go," Newbies called out to Tai Ta before following closely behind Jianchen with Tai Ta. The old man from the Tao family let out a sigh of relief. He wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead and said to the others, "Forget about the corpses. Another supreme expert has come to the Turtle Clan. Let's hurry back to the clan and report this matter." The place was originally empty, but it had now become the territory of a large tribe. The tribe that had taken over the territory was the Turtle Clan. The Turtle Clan had clearly not taken over the place for very long. Many of the houses had been newly built, and there were even many that were still under construction. Although the people in the tribe flowed endlessly, very few of them spoke. Every single one of them was filled with grief and indignation. They clenched their teeth as they silently built their new homes. Every single one of them hid a hatred that they could not vent. The entire turtle clan was enveloped in a gloomy atmosphere. Jianshan, newbies, and Tai-Ta arrived at the new territory of the turtle clan. As soon as the three of them landed, a member of the turtle clan who was building a house discovered them. He immediately recognized Jianshan and immediately became stunned. He rubbed his eyes as his face became filled with joy and disbelief. It's the ruler. The ruler has returned. The ruler has returned. Fantastic, the ruler of our clan has returned. The member of the turtle clan who recognized Jianshan cried out. His voice was filled with excitement. What? The ruler has returned? Is this true? Where is he? Where is the ruler? Has the ruler really returned? I see him. It really is the ruler. Fantastic, the ruler has really returned. More and more people discovered Jianshan. The entire turtle clan immediately began to cheer enthusiastically. All of them were overjoyed. In the hearts of the people of the turtle clan, the ruler was their pillar of support. He was the hope of the turtle clan. Even though they had been forced into such dire straits by the Tao family, they were still filled with confidence in the ruler. All of them believed that the turtle clan would never be defeated as long as the ruler remained. This was because every single member of the turtle clan clearly remembered just how weak they had been a few years ago. They did not even have a single 16th star expert. However, ever since the ruler of the turtle clan had arrived, the turtle clan had undergone an overwhelming change. In just a few short years, they had gone from a medium-sized tribe without a 16th star expert to a super organization with at least 5 16th star experts. They had even taken back most of the crystal mines that had been stolen from them. Chapter 1230. A majestic hall that was over 20 meters tall stood silently in the center of the turtle clan. The entire hall was yellow in color, having been condensed from Earth in a very short amount of time by a saint ruler using their abilities to control the Earth. Quite a powerful energy was hidden inside. At this moment, several saint ruler elders of the turtle clan gathered together in an extremely spacious hall within the hall. They were all worried, and the entire hall was filled with a heavy atmosphere. What do you think our turtle clan should do now? Should we give up on all the crystal mines that originally belonged to us and leave this place, or should we continue to develop here and face the threat of the Tao family moving against us at any time? The fourth elder sternly asked. No, I will never agree to give up on the crystal mines that originally belonged to our clan. Such a large amount of crystal mines is a great resource to our clan. They're the only thing we can rely on to rise up. If we give them up now, it'll be even more difficult to take them back in the future. And since the Hall elders of the Poseidon Hall have stepped forward to stop the Tao family from waging war against us, I don't think the Tao family will touch us so easily in the future. The sixth elder objected as soon as the fourth elder finished speaking. Sixth elder, are you still hoping that the Hall elders will stand on our side forever? The ancestor of the Tao family, Tao Jingtian, has almost reached the peak of the 16th star. He'll become one of the Hall elders of the Poseidon Hall sooner or later. Once he becomes a Hall elder, he'll have no qualms about moving against us again. When that time comes, it'll truly be the end of our clan, the fifth elder coldly snorted. He was extremely disdainful of the sixth elder's words. The fourth elder gently sighed when he heard the fifth elder's words. He said, "It's a pity that the ruler isn't here. If only the ruler were here. Only the ruler can decide the fate of our turtle clan. The ancestor of the Tao family, Tao Jingtian, is just far too powerful, and he's allied with the Moshi clan through marriage. This has caused the Tao family's power to flourish in the territory of the Poseidon Hall. Coupled with the alliance of over a dozen large clans, the 15th star and 16th star experts they've gathered is not something our clan can compare to. Even if the ruler returns, we still won't be able to fend off the Tao family with our strength," the seventh elder sternly said. The fourth elder's face changed. He sternly stared at the seventh elder and growled, "Seventh elder, how can you judge the ruler like that? As elders of the Turtle Clan, we can lose confidence in ourselves, but we can't lose confidence in the ruler because the ruler is the sky of our Turtle Clan. He's the hope of our Turtle Clan. Only a Turtle Clan with the ruler watching over it can be truly powerful. We must firmly believe that once the ruler returns, our Turtle Clan will be able to make up for our current situation. The seventh elder immediately fell silent. He lowered his head and said nothing more. Although the ruler of the Turtle Clan spent very little time in the Turtle Clan, he had already established a great figure in the hearts of all the elders. At this moment, a guard hurriedly ran in from outside as he called out. The elders immediately stopped their discussion when they saw how hurried the guard was. One of them sternly stared at the guard and asked with a heavy voice, "What has happened? Have the experts of the Tao family come again?" No. Elders, King. King has returned. Old King has returned. The guard gasped for breath as he spoke. His expression was extremely excited. What? The king is back? Hearing this, the elders present were overjoyed. One of the elders even laughed loudly and said in a clear voice, "Elders, let us quickly go and welcome the king." "No need, I'm already here." As soon as the elder finished speaking, Jianshan's deep voice came from outside the hall. Before he finished speaking, he, newbies, and Tai Ta appeared in front of the elders. And behind Jianshan and the other two, a large group of clansmen followed behind him. They all stopped outside the hall as joy and excitement filled their faces from the bottom of their hearts. "Greetings, King." The elders of the Turtle Clan immediately bowed to Jianshan. They were all so excited that their voices trembled slightly. Jianshan directly made his way to the throne at the very front of the hall and sat down. The elders stood in a row below him politely. Newbies and Tai Ta were much more relaxed. They knew that Jianshan had important matters to attend to, so they did not disturb Jianshan. Instead, they strolled around the hall by themselves. "Tell me what has happened. Why has the Tao family attacked the Turtle Clan for no reason?" Jianshan coldly asked with a sunken face. The fourth elder immediately stepped forward and politely said to Jianshan, "King, you must know that ever since our Turtle Clan's strength skyrocketed, we've been working hard to reclaim the crystal mines that once belonged to us and were later taken away by other organizations. Originally, most of the crystal mines had already been taken back by our Turtle Clan. Only a few of the larger mines of higher quality are still controlled by a few large clans. They've never been willing to return them to us. In order to oppose us, they've even formed an alliance with the Tao family. The remaining mines that have yet to be reclaimed are far too important to our Turtle Clan. At the same time, those mines originally belonged to us, so we never gave up on them. Because of this, the experts of our Turtle Clan clashed with the alliance led by the Tao family many times, resulting in casualties on both sides. However, since we had 5 16th star experts, we were no weaker than the alliance of the Tao family. As a result, we were unable to do anything to each other. However, this balance was broken a month ago. The Tao family has already formed a marriage alliance with the Moses clan, which is also a peak organization of the Poseidon Hall. The Moses clan has 2 peak experts, one at the 16th star and the other at the 15th star. Their ancestor, who has reached the 16th star, is no weaker than Tao Jingtian. With the addition of the Moses clan, the alliance led by the Tao family has completely surpassed our Turtle Clan. Soon afterward, the Tao family sent an envoy to our Turtle Clan. They said that our Turtle Clan had recklessly stolen many crystal mines in the past few years with the support of several 16th star experts, destroying the peace in the territory of the Poseidon Hall. They also wanted us to hand over all the mines and compensate them for their losses. Otherwise, the Tao family will work with all the clans that we've bullied in the past to attack us. The fourth elder's voice was filled with uncontrollable anger when he reached there. His eyes were about to spit fire. Even the other elders in the hall were extremely furious. Their faces had all paled from anger. Jianshan's face sank even more as he sat on the throne. Heavy killing intent filled his eyes. He had also been angered by the actions of the Tao family. Ignoring the fact that the crystal mines that the Turtle Clan had taken back once belonged to the Turtle Clan, just the fact that the Tao family wanted the Turtle Clan to hand over all the mines had exceeded the limits of Jianshan's tolerance. Not to mention that they wanted the Turtle Clan to compensate them for their losses in the past few years. This could no longer be described as arrogant. Instead, it was excessive, extremely excessive. The fourth elder calmed himself down and continued, "How could our Turtle Clan agree to such excessive conditions from the Tao family? In the end, 3 days ago, the alliance of the Tao family began a large-scale attack on our Turtle Clan. Unfortunately, the alliance of the Tao family completely surpassed our Turtle Clan. Even with Tai Do, Qing Yishuan, Lan Jing, Xian Pian, and Mokas, we were unable to stop the Tao family's attack. In just half a day, the 5 16th star experts of our Turtle Clan were heavily injured by the people of the Tao family's alliance. In the end, we only stopped the battle because a Hall Elder had arrived in time. Yeah, the Tao family originally wanted to use the alliance to wipe out our Turtle Clan in the battle 3 days ago. If it weren't for the forceful interference of the Hall Elder from Poseidon's Hall and protecting our clan, we might have already been wiped out by the Tao family. Ruler, we must avenge the enmity between us and the Tao family," the fifth elder said with righteous indignation. "Ruler, our Turtle Clan has suffered extremely heavy losses in this battle. Half of our clansmen have died, numbering over 30,000. We've also lost 4 elders, so we can't just let this matter slide," Jianshan said with a deep voice. "Ruler, please uphold justice for us. Ruler, we must make the Tao family pay with their blood." All the elders in the hall gritted their teeth as they voiced their grievances. Their eyes burned with the flames of hatred. "How many 15th star and 16th star experts do the Tao family have right now?" Jianshan coldly asked. He obviously wanted to avenge the Turtle Clan, but he wanted to properly understand the strength of the Tao family before he went. Jianshan did not take saint rulers seriously at all. He only cared about how many holy emperors the Tao family had. The elders hesitated before the fourth elder said, "Ruler, the alliance of the Tao family currently has at least 4 15th star experts and at least 2 16th star experts. They are the ancestor of the Tao family and the ancestor of the Mashi clan." "That's not right. I saw another expert who could match Tai Do aside from the ancestors of the Tao family and the Mashi clan. That person is a 16th star expert at the very least. I don't think any of you saw it, but when the battle erupted, there was another person whose strength I couldn't tell from the Tao family's alliance. He did not take part in the battle. I think that person is also a 16th star expert," another elder interrupted. Jianshan frowned. He also discovered that it was indeed rather difficult for these saint rulers to discuss holy emperor experts. "Stop arguing. Call Qing Yishuan, Tai Do, Lan Jing, Xian Pian, and Mokas over. I know they're healing, so get them over here immediately," Jianshan ordered. Chapter 12:31. Jianshan did not have to wait for too long before Qing Yishuan, Tai Do, Lan Jing, and Xian Pian arrived. Mokas and the other 4 entered the hall. Their faces were pale, without a trace of blood. They were all severely injured. "You still know to come back. You sure are comfortable being the ruler of the Turtle Clan. You left the 5 of us here while you ran off. I told you to deal with the Tao family back then, but you never agreed. Look at you now. The marriage between the Tao family and the Mashi clan has already taken place. Their strength is not something the current Turtle Clan can resist. I'd like to see what you can do now." Qing Yishuan could not help but criticize Jianshan as soon as she saw him. Although she had reached an agreement with Jianshan to temporarily remain in the Turtle Clan, it was only a deal between the two of them. However, Qing Yishuan still held a very great prejudice against Jianshan. She had never forgotten how Jianshan had taken the piece of the 8 wastelands from her when she was heavily injured. Unfortunately, Jianchen was no longer the puny saint ruler of the past. Even though Qing Yishuan still resented Jianchen, she knew that she was no longer Jianchen's opponent. I didn't move against the Tao family back then because I did not have complete confidence in suppressing them, which was why I left them alone. I just never thought that the Tao family would grow so powerful so quickly and that they would be bold enough to declare war on our turtle clan, Jian Chern coldly said. The person he truly feared from the Tao family was the ancestor of the Tao family, Tao Jingtian. It was said that Tao Jingtian was close to becoming a hall elder, and hall elders were all experts at the great perfection of the Holy Emperor. Then do you have the power to deal with the Tao family now? Qing Yishuan stared at Jianchen with her phoenix-like eyes. She was the only one present who dared to not give face to Jianchen. She always felt that Jianchen owed her. First, tell me in detail how many Holy Emperor experts there are in the Tao family's alliance, how strong they are, and how strong that Tao Jingtian is, Jianchen asked. There are currently 9 Holy Emperors in the Tao family alliance. 4 of them are below the 5th celestial layer, while 5 are above the 5th celestial layer. 1 of them is at the 5th celestial layer, 2 are at the 6th celestial layer, 1 is at the 7th celestial layer, and 1 is at the 8th celestial layer. The patriarch of the Tao family, Tao Jingtian, is the strongest. He was already at the peak of the 8th heavenly layer, and was only 1 step away from the 9th heavenly layer. I also heard that Tao Jingtian also has a divine hall, Qing Yishuan said coldly. Jianchen frowned. Including newbies and Tai Ta, there were a total of 8 Holy Emperor experts on his side. Tai Do was at the 5th celestial layer, while Qing Yishuan, Lan Jing, Xianpian, and Mokas were at the 6th celestial layer. Newbies was the weakest at the 4th celestial layer, but if he used his modified Saint Tier battle skill, he could temporarily contend with a 7th celestial layer expert. As for himself and Tai Ta, they would not lose to a 7th celestial layer expert in a one-on-one fight. Overall, their side was no weaker than the Tao family alliance, or even stronger. However, what troubled Jianchen was that Tao Jingtian still had a divine hall. Their side seemed very powerful, but even if they worked together, they would not be able to get through a divine hall. Qing Yishuan thought that Jianchen was not confident in dealing with the Tao family when she saw Jianchen frown. She could not help but sigh inside. The Tao family was like the sun in the sky right now, and Tao Jingtian would become a divine hall elder soon as well. At that time, it would be even more difficult to deal with him. She had no idea if she would still be able to obtain the item she wanted. However, Qing Yishuan would not have dared to return to the Tian Yuan continent if she did not have that item. God damn it, when I obtained the map fragment of the 8 wastelands, I could have used it to exchange for that item with the Tao family, but Jianchen actually took it away from me. Qing Yishuan gritted her teeth when she thought up to there. At this moment, a guard quickly ran in from outside. He said in a rather panicked manner, "Ruler, the Tao family has sent an envoy. He's outside the tribe right now." An envoy of the Tao family. Jianchen was stunned. He had probably never thought that an envoy of the Tao family would come at such a crucial time. However, he returned to his senses soon after and said, "Bring him in. There's no need to lead the way. I can come in myself." As soon as Jianchen finished speaking, an arrogant voice rang out from outside the hall. A skinny old man strode in with his chest puffed out. He seemed to be high and mighty. The old man was a saint ruler, and he had 2 heaven saint masters by his side. The eyes of the elders of the Turtle clan immediately burned with anger when they saw the envoy of the Tao family. They hated the people of the Tao family to the core. As soon as the envoy entered the hall, he quickly glanced around. When he discovered Qing Yishuan and the other 16th star experts standing below while Jianchen sat above, his heart immediately sank slightly. He sensed that something was off, but when he thought about the current strength of the Tao family, he immediately became fearless. The envoy knew that he had come as a representative of the powerful Tao family, so even when he stood beside Qing Yishuan and the other 4 16th star experts, he remained composed and composed. He studied Jianchen without any fear and laughed aloud. "May I ask who this warrior is and why the old man has never seen you before?" The envoy spoke very frivolously, as if he did not care about Jianchen's identity at all. "How dare you? Why don't you kneel before the ruler of our clan?" An elder of the Turtle clan yelled at the envoy. The envoy came to a realization before becoming surprised. He clasped his hands. "Oh, so this is the legendary ruler of the Turtle clan. I have been disrespectful, truly disrespectful. Since you know that he's the ruler of our clan, why don't you kneel and greet him? It's your great honor to be able to meet the ruler of our clan with your mere strength at the 13th star," an elder of the Turtle clan yelled out. The envoy laughed aloud. "You really are the ruler of a clan. You're still so prideful even at a time like this. However, I've only kneeled to ancestor Tao Jingtian before. Even the current patriarch of the Tao family doesn't have the right to make me kneel. I just wonder if the ruler of the Turtle clan is worthy of my kneeling." "How dare you? How dare you speak to the ruler like that? Are you tired of living?" The elders of the Turtle clan all became furious. Jianchen frowned as well. The Tao family was just far too arrogant. Even a mere envoy dared to act so arrogantly before so many holy emperor experts. "Taido, toss the 3 of them out," Jianchen coldly ordered. He did not plan on negotiating with the envoy of the Tao family, no matter what his intentions were for coming here. The envoy's face immediately changed when he heard that Jianchen wanted to toss him out. He yelled out, "Don't you dare! I represent the Tao family." With that, the envoy of the Tao family was tossed out along with his 2 followers. Although Taido was heavily injured, he was still a 5th heavenly layer holy emperor after all. The envoy of the Tao family could not resist his spatial imprisonment at all. Bang! 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 100 meters away, 3 muffled thuds rang out. The Tao family's emissary and his 2 followers fell to the ground. Although they weren't injured, they were in a sorry state. The 2 followers silently climbed up from the ground. They did not dare to say anything, but the envoy of the Tao family was furious. His body had been firmly trapped by Taido's spatial force when he was tossed out. He was unable to control his body at all, so how could a mighty saint ruler like him come into such close contact with the ground? How could he accept this? At the same time, he subconsciously believed that the Turtle clan should treat him politely as the loser, but the situation was the exact opposite. The envoy of the Tao family ignored the gloating gazes of the clansmen of the Turtle clan. Ho-Ho rushed back into the hall furiously and roared, "How dare you? How dare you treat the envoy of the Tao family like this? You will regret this." A gleam of light flashed through Jianchen's eyes. He growled, "Taido, toss them out. If they charge in again, kill them directly." "Yes, sir," Taido replied before arriving before the envoy of the Tao family. He extended his hand to toss the envoy out. "Wait!" The envoy of the Tao family had already been trapped by Taido. Seeing that he was about to be tossed out again, he hurriedly called out to stop him. He gritted his teeth and said, "I've come under the Patriarch's orders to pass on a message. I will leave immediately after that." With that, the envoy of the Tao family probably felt that he was being far too cowardly, so he added, "If it weren't for the Patriarch's orders, I wouldn't have come even if a mere Turtle clan had invited me. I wouldn't have even wanted to come." "Speak. What has the Patriarch of the Tao family sent you here for?" Jianchen remained emotionless. The envoy calmed himself down and stared at Jianchen with hostility. "Under the Patriarch's orders, the Turtle clan has tried time and time again to steal the supreme-grade crystal mines of the Tao family, causing heavy losses to the Tao family. At the same time, our Tao family lost a large number of experts and elite disciples in the battle 3 days ago. The Turtle Clan has already caused extremely heavy losses to the Tao family, so the Turtle Clan must compensate the Tao family with 1 billion crystal coins within 15 days. Otherwise, our Tao family will take corresponding measures against the Turtle Clan. The elders of the Turtle Clan all trembled with anger when they heard the envoy's words. The Tao family was going more and more overboard. Let alone the fact that they did not have 1 billion crystal coins, they probably would not be able to gather 100 million even if they used all the power of the clan. Although they had taken over a few crystal mines in the past, the amount of time they had been mining was just far too short. I've already passed on the patriarch's words. Farewell. The envoy turned around and wanted to leave. Wait! Jianshan called out, stopping the envoy from leaving. The envoy looked back at Jianshan and coldly said, "May I ask if you have any other orders, king?" Killing intent flashed through Jianshan's eyes. He coldly replied, "Envoy of the Tao family, I could have let you leave safely before you said that, but I can't do that now." Chapter 1232. Jianshan no longer paid any attention to the envoy. He looked at Tai Do and said, "Take his head." A sliver of surprise appeared on Tai Do's face when he heard that. He had never thought that Jianshan would want to kill the envoy here. However, Tai Do returned to his senses after a moment of surprise. Without saying anything else, he directly moved against the envoy. "How dare you? Does your Turtle Clan want to rebel? I represent the Tao family." The envoy's face drastically changed as he hurriedly cried out. He had never thought that Jianshan would actually want to kill him. After all, he had come here to represent the Tao family. If the Turtle Clan really did kill him, the fury of the Tao family would reduce the Turtle Clan to nothingness. He did not believe that the Turtle Clan was the opponent of the Tao family. Even if the legendary ruler of the Turtle Clan had returned, nothing could be changed. Tai Do ignored the emissary's cries. He extended his hands and twisted the emissary's head, forcefully plucking it off. The emissary was a saint ruler, but he was immobilized by Tai Do's abilities. All he could do was watch as his head was separated from his body. The envoy did not die. To saint rulers, separating their heads from their bodies was not enough to take their lives. As long as their souls remained, they could still live even if their heads were shattered. At this moment, the envoy's eyes were wide open as he stared at Jianshan in both surprise and anger. Even now, he still refused to believe that the Turtle Clan would treat him like this, completely ignoring the Tao family behind him. Jianshan extended a finger and a sharp sword chi shot out from the tip of his finger, disappearing into the envoy's forehead with lightning-like speed. The light in the envoy's eyes rapidly receded, becoming hollow very soon. The sword chi from Jianshan's finger had wiped out his soul. Jianshan waved his hand and a gust of wind blew the envoy's head into the air. It landed firmly in the hands of a follower who had come with the envoy. He coldly said, "Go back and tell Tao Jingtian that he has 1 day to return all the crystal mines to the Turtle Clan. Also, he must compensate the Turtle Clan with 10 billion supreme quality crystal coins in 1 day for the heavy losses the Turtle Clan suffered in the battle a few days ago. If the 2 conditions are not fulfilled before then, our Turtle Clan will launch a devastating attack against the Tao family and all the clans that have allied themselves with the Tao family. We will not rest until we're dead." The 2 followers who had come with the envoy had become ghastly pale. Intense fear had invaded their hearts, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. They nodded in a hurry after hearing what Jianshan had said before leaving the Turtle Clan in a panic with the head of the envoy. All the elders of the Turtle Clan were overjoyed when they saw the fate of the envoy. In particular, what Jianshan had said to the 2 followers made them feel extremely happy and emotional. Their Turtle Clan finally did not have to endure the oppression of the Tao family anymore. At the same time, they gained an even clearer understanding of just how important the ruler was to the Turtle Clan. Without the ruler, their Turtle Clan had suffered a devastating attack from the Tao family. If it were not for the intervention of the Hall elders in the end, their turtle clan probably would have ceased to exist. Now that the ruler had returned, their turtle clan immediately became tough again. They no longer feared the Tao family. Jianshan, have you really decided to move against the Tao family? Are you confident that you can deal with them? Qing Yishuan sternly asked. At the same time, she felt a sliver of eagerness. Jianshan nodded. If the Tao family really is as weak as you have described, they really won't be much of a threat to us. The situation this time was different from last time. Newbies had already emerged from seclusion, and there was also Tai Ta, who was no weaker than him. The Tao family really did not pose much of a threat to Jianshan. But the 5 of us are all heavily injured. We won't be able to recover in a short amount of time, Qing Yishuan said with some worry. Although she did not know where Jianshan's confidence came from, she knew that Jianshan was not a reckless person. Jianshan smiled mysteriously. I obviously know that the 5 of you are very heavily injured. You don't need to worry about that. I'll make a full recovery very soon. With that, a golden light flashed between Jianshan's eyebrows and the saint artifact flew out of his sea of consciousness. Don't resist, you 5. Jianshan warned before sending the 5 of them back into the artifact space. He planned on getting the artifact spirit to heal them. Although Jianshan was also a Class 7, Radiant Saint Master, only water elemental energy was the most active in the sea realm. Radiant Saint Force was extremely thin, so if he healed the 5 of them with his own abilities, the effects would be nowhere near as good as on the Tian Yuan continent. As for the origin energy of Radiant Saint Force, every bit that Jianshan used was a portion of it. Recovering it was not as easy as recovering chaotic force, so in order to conserve the origin energy, Jianshan could only give the heavy responsibility of healing the 5 of them to the artifact spirit. If Radiant Saint Masters wanted to reach Class 8 from Class 7, they would need to accumulate a certain amount of origin energy. Once their origin energy reached a certain level, it would allow their soul to sublimate, allowing them to reach Class 8. Jianshan did not possess a lot of Radiant Saint Force origin energy, and he had only absorbed it when the seal in the artifact space had been removed last time. This tiny amount of Radiant Saint Force origin energy was Jianshan's hope of reaching Class 8, so unless he had no other choice, he would not waste the tiny amount of Radiant Saint Force origin energy that belonged to him. The artifact spirit had already reached Class 8 as a Radiant Saint Master. Under its healing, the 5 of them made a full recovery in less than an hour, which made them overjoyed. Afterward, Jianshan gave the 5 of them half a day to recover their Saint Force. Half a day later, he led Qing Yishuan, Tai Do, Lan Jing, Xian Pian, Mokas, Newbies, and Tai Ta to the Tao family aggressively. A few elders of the Turtle clan accompanied them. Jianshan did not hold any hopes that the Tao family would agree to the one-day deadline because he knew it was impossible. At the same time, in a medium-sized tribe called the Kaler tribe several 100,000 kilometers away from the Turtle clan, a middle-aged man paced back and forth in a resplendent room. His brows were tightly furrowed as if something was weighing on his mind. The middle-aged man was the current patriarch of the Kaler tribe, as well as Kaya's father. Jia Sua, is the young miss still in seclusion? Suddenly, the patriarch asked from outside the door. Yes, patriarch. The young miss is still in seclusion and has yet to emerge. The voice of a guard rang out from outside. The patriarch of the Kaler tribe furrowed his brows even more. He felt slightly uneasy inside. He understood his daughter's habits extremely well. Although she had displayed extraordinary talent since she was young, she was not particularly interested in cultivation. Otherwise, she probably would have become a 14th-star expert with her talent already. However, ever since his daughter Kaya had been taken away by the ruler of the Turtle clan, she seemed to have undergone an unbelievable change. She, who had never cultivated in seclusion before, entered a long period of seclusion as soon as she returned to the tribe. She still had not emerged even now, which worried him very much. At the same time, he was extremely curious about what had happened after the ruler of the Turtle Clan had taken his daughter away. Why was his daughter so interested in cultivation? Had she been bullied? Just as the patriarch sank into his thoughts, the guard's surprised cry rang out from outside the door. "Ah, young miss, why you've emerged." Before the guard had even finished speaking, the door was pushed open. Kea walked in wearing a set of sky blue clothes. Her presence had changed slightly compared to before she had entered seclusion. The patriarch was stunned when he saw Kea suddenly appear before him, but he soon became overjoyed. He said, "Kea, you've finally emerged. Fantastic. Do you know how worried I was when you suddenly entered seclusion this time?" Kea smiled and gently replied, "Father, I'm sorry. I've made you worry." The patriarch could sense that Kea did not show any abnormal emotions, which made him let out a sigh of relief. He smiled freely. "It's fine, it's fine. It's fine as long as you're fine, Kea." Afterward, the patriarch saw how hesitant Kea was and asked lovingly, "Kea, do you have something on your mind? If you need my help, feel free to tell me. I will do everything I can." "Oh right, Kea, why did the ruler of the Turtle Clan find you last time? Why did you enter seclusion as soon as you came back, and only emerge now?" Kea hesitated slightly before saying, "Father, I've actually come out this time because I want to get some crystal coins from you." "Isn't it just some crystal coins? How much do you need?" "Tell me," smiled the patriarch. "The more the better because I need a large amount of crystal coins for my seclusion." Kea blushed. She knew that the amount of crystal coins she needed was tremendous. It was probably not something the Kyle tribe could provide. However, she was a girl, and her strength was not at the peak. If she wanted to increase her strength quickly, she had no other choice but to seek the support of the tribe. Chapter 1233. Kea, you have to tell me the truth. What did the ruler of the Turtle Clan do to you after he took you away last time? Why do you seem to have become a completely different person after returning? Why do you cultivate so hard? Did the ruler of the Turtle Clan bully you?" The patriarch of the Kaler tribe asked with a heavy voice. Kea knew that her recent changes had caused her father to misunderstand. She could not help but laugh. "Father, don't let your imagination run wild. Actually, the ruler of the Turtle Clan came to find me last time and gave me an extremely impressive cultivation method. I couldn't help but begin to cultivate diligently due to my excitement, so I immediately entered seclusion as soon as I returned." An extremely impressive cultivation method? Just what kind of cultivation method is that? It's actually even more powerful than the innate spiritualization technique that you practice? The patriarch stared at Kea in shock. Kea hesitated for a while before replying, "The ruler of the Turtle Clan gave me the cultivation method of the Emperor of the Eight Wastelands as well as the comprehension of cultivation from the Emperor of the Eight Wastelands. Father, don't you think it's even more powerful than the innate spirit opening technique?" "What? The cultivation method of the Emperor of the Eight Wastelands?" The patriarch was shocked. Disbelief filled his face, but his expression suddenly changed. He immediately cast down a barrier with a wave of his hand to isolate the area before excitedly looking at his daughter. He asked with a trembling voice, "Daughter, did the ruler of the Turtle Clan really give you the cultivation method and comprehension of cultivation from the Emperor of the Eight Wastelands?" "It's absolutely true. How could I lie to you, Father? If you don't believe me, why don't I show you the cultivation method?" Kea seriously replied. The patriarch immediately waved his hand. "No, no, no. Daughter, I believe you. However, you must remember that you cannot let anyone else know that you possess the cultivation method of the Emperor of the Eight Wastelands. Do you understand?" The patriarch was extremely stern. "Father, I understand," Kea said solemnly. She clearly understood the severity of the matter. Afterwards, the patriarch passed a space ring to Kea and said, "Daughter, there are 5 million supreme quality crystal coins in here. It's all the crystal coins I have on me. Take it for now. Later, I will hold a meeting of the elders and try to persuade them. Then, I will transfer a portion of the tribe's resources to you. In short, don't worry, I will do everything I can to help you with your cultivation resources. Father, I'll be taking my leave first. I'll cultivate diligently during this time, so that I can become a 15th star expert as soon as possible. Kea took the space ring and left. Without wasting any time, she entered seclusion once again. The patriarch remained in the resplendent room after Kea's departure. He was unable to calm down from his surging emotions even after quite some time had passed. He had never thought that his daughter would encounter such a great fortune one day, actually obtaining the cultivation method of an emperor. He also believed that his daughter had an extremely great chance of becoming an emperor with her talent after obtaining the cultivation method of the Emperor of the Eight Wastelands and cultivating something new. As a father, he felt an extremely great sense of pride when he thought about how great his daughter would become in the future, even though that day had yet to come. Strange. The cultivation method of the Emperor of the Eight Wastelands is so precious. So why did the ruler of the Turtle Clan give it to Kea for no reason? After calming down, the patriarch of the Kaler tribe thought of a very important question. He was very confused by it. However, he did not think too much about it. He removed the barrier and made his way out. 2 guards of the tribe stood at the entrance with their chests puffed out. They stared straight ahead. The patriarch glanced past the 2 of them and coughed. What did the 2 of you just hear? The patriarch seemed indifferent as he asked, but all of his attention was focused on the 2 guards. The 2 guards were both confused. They replied in confusion, "Patriarch, we didn't hear anything." The patriarch of the Kaler tribe nodded slightly and gradually left without saying anything else. Afterwards, all he could think about was how he could transfer a batch of resources from the tribe to Kaya for her cultivation without raising the suspicion of the elders. At this moment, over 10 people of various ages were gathered in a majestic hall of the Tao family. They varied in strength, ranging from saint rulers to saint kings. They sat around a large, round table, and various delicacies had already been placed on the table. I really never thought that a hall elder would appear in the final moment when we were about to destroy the arrogant Turtle Clan and ruin our plans. What a pity, what a pity. We've missed such a great opportunity, a middle-aged man lamented. A vast presence vaguely radiated from him. He was a holy emperor, and he was also the ancestor of one of the many clans that had allied with the Tao family. His name was Taitomi. There's no need to feel pity, brother Taitomi. The Turtle Clan may have been able to survive the first time, but there won't be a second time. The patriarch of the Tao family has already sent an envoy to the Turtle Clan. If the Turtle Clan can't pay 1 billion crystal coins in half a month, we'll be perfectly justified in flattening them. As long as we are in the right, even the hall elders won't be able to forcefully order us around, said the ancestor of the Khan clan. He was also a holy emperor, and he had reached the 6th heavenly layer. He was a 16th star expert. Taitomi clasped his hands at the ancestor of the Khan clan and said, "Brother D-Sin is right, but I'm just worried that the Turtle Clan will use this opportunity to flee and move out of the territory of the Poseidon Hall. Or what should we do if they really do pay 1 billion crystal coins in half a month?" A blue-robed, middle-aged man with a striking appearance stood up and clasped his hands. Senior Taitomi's worries are completely unnecessary. First of all, it's impossible for the Turtle Clan to leave. They still haven't paid the 1 billion crystal coins we asked for. If they leave the territory of the Poseidon Hall, we'll be perfectly justified in stopping them. Secondly, I've already sent people to investigate the Turtle Clan in detail. Even if they use everything they have, they won't be able to pay 100 million crystal coins, not to mention that we're asking for 1 billion. The middle-aged man was the current patriarch of the Tao family, Tao Yun. He was a 9th heavenly layer saint ruler, and it was rumored that he would definitely break through within 50 years and reach an even higher level. We don't have to worry since Patriarch Tao has said that. A few months ago, my most beloved grandson died to the hands of the experts of the Turtle Clan. I will have the entire Turtle Clan pay for this with their blood, a bald old man coldly said. Heavy killing intent filled his eyes. Don't worry, Brother Ingemo. Your grandson's death will be avenged very soon. The Turtle Clan will be destroyed in half a month, said a ruddy, sagely old man. He was the ancestor of the Tao family, Tao Zhengtian. At this moment, an old man who seemed to be a caretaker ran in from outside. His complexion was very ugly. He said with a deep voice, Patriarch, the envoy to the Turtle Clan has returned. Let him in and report the exact situation, Tao Zhengtian coldly said. Yes, sir. The caretaker left with the order. Very soon, the two subordinates who had gone to the Turtle Clan trembled as they held a bloody head. Bloody human heads walked in from the outside. Then, they lowered their heads and knelt on the ground. Everyone's expressions changed, including Tao Zhengtian, when they saw the bloody head. They became furious as heavy killing intent radiated from their eyes. Bang! Tao Zhengtian slammed the table and stood up. His face was terrifyingly sunken as he furiously roared, How dare the Turtle Clan kill the envoys sent by our Tao family? Humph, the Turtle Clan is already facing extinction, yet they still do not know how to repent and kill the envoys of the Tao family in such a brazen manner. They're looking down on the Tao family. This is a direct provocation to the Tao family, as well as a demonstration to all of us here. The experts from the various clans all spoke with righteous indignation. They were beyond furious. You two, tell me everything that happened. Don't leave out a single detail, the patriarch of the Tao family, Tao Yun, said to the two subordinates emotionlessly. The two subordinates did not dare to hide anything. They immediately recounted everything that had happened in the Turtle Clan. Humph! I never thought that a mere ruler of the Turtle Clan would be so arrogant. Does he think he's a hall elder? Tao Zhengtian immediately sneered coldly when he heard the two subordinates' words. Ancestor, the ruler of the Turtle Clan also wanted me to bring back a message, one of the subordinates hesitantly said. Speak, what message did the ruler of the Turtle Clan want you to bring? Tao Zhengtian coldly asked. The ruler of the Turtle Clan said that we have one day to return all the crystal mines to the Turtle Clan and that we must compensate them with 10 billion supreme quality crystal coins for the heavy losses we suffered in the battle against the Turtle Clan a few days ago. If we fail to do so within that time, the Turtle Clan will launch a devastating attack against us and all the clans that have allied themselves with the Tao family. They will not rest until they're dead, the subordinate said fearfully. The hall immediately fell into an odd silence with that. Everyone was stunned by what the subordinate had said. They all remained stunned on the spot, unable to return to their senses even after quite a while. Ha 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 ha, I didn't hear wrong. The ruler of the Turtle Clan wants us to compensate them with 10 billion supreme quality crystal coins within a day, or they'll launch a devastating attack against us. Has the ruler of the Turtle Clan lost his mind from anger? Why don't the Turtle Clan take a look at themselves first? They want to launch a devastating attack against us with just them? Tui. I think the ruler of the Turtle Clan has eaten a leopard's gall. The experts gathered in the hall all sneered. None of them believed that the Turtle Clan possessed the strength to do so. Tao Zhengtian began to laugh from his anger. His gaze became extremely sharp in a single moment as heavy killing intent flickered wildly in his eyes. He sneered, Good, good, good. Since the Turtle Clan is so arrogant, I'd like to see just how they'll launch a devastating attack against us with just their measly strength. Everyone, I originally wanted to give the Turtle Clan half a month, but it looks like we don't need to wait for half a month at all. We can move against the Turtle Clan tomorrow. Everyone, let's head to the Turtle Clan right now and see just how arrogant they are. There's no need to go. We're already here. Chapter 1234. Above the Tao family, the 8 holy emperor experts, Jianshan, Taita, Nubis, Qing Yishuan, Tai Do, Lan Jing, Xanpian, and Mochas, proudly hovered 100 meters in the air. They were all emotionless and cold as vast presences flooded the surroundings, enveloping the entire Tao family. Under the pressure of the 8 of them, the space there seemed to become heavy. The weaker clansmen of the Tao family all paled, and a small portion of them even began to bleed from the corner of their mouths. Their organs were unable to withstand the pressure and had ruptured from the supreme presence. Even the saint rulers of the Tao family revealed extremely unnatural expressions. Powerful energy revolved around them as they did everything they could to resist the tremendous presence that constantly descended from the sky. Humph! A cold snort rang out from the majestic hall at the very center of the Tao family. Afterward, the 9 tremendous presences of the Holy Emperor swept up from below without showing any weakness. They violently collided with the presences of Jianshan and the others like frenzied tigers. Bang! The 2 formless auras fiercely collided, and a dull sound rang out in the air. The elemental energy between heaven and earth was also affected. In an instant it became berserk, and then it turned into a storm that wreaked havoc in all directions. It blew up the sand and stones on the ground, and smoke and dust filled the sky. The 2 sides clashed with presences this time, but no one gained the upper hand. Tao Jingtian flew up from below with a sunken face. The 8 holy emperor experts from the alliance of several large clans followed behind him. Their expressions were all very ugly. "You're the ruler of the Turtle Clan?" Tao Jingtian coldly asked as he stared at Jianshan. He then quickly studied the 7 other people beside Jianshan and was immediately surprised. He had never thought that the Turtle Clan would actually have 8 holy emperor experts. They were only 1 less than the alliance of several large clans. However, what shocked him even more was that the 5 of them had actually recovered from their wounds. Tao Jingtian knew the wounds of the 5 of them extremely well. 3 days ago, he had predicted that it would take several years for them to recover from their wound. As a matter of fact, it would even leave behind irreparable sequelae after they recovered. Even with the sacred medicine they possessed, it would still take them a year or so to recover. Yet now, in just 3 short days, the 5 of them had completely recovered. They did not seem to have suffered any sequelae at all, which completely overturned Tao Jingtian's understanding. "That's right. I am the ruler of the Turtle Clan, Tao Jingtian. This king will make your Tao family pay for the debt from 3 days ago," Jianshan sneered. A sliver of disdain appeared in Tao Jingtian's eyes when he heard that. He also sneered, "Ruler of the Turtle Clan, your Turtle Clan actually has 8 15th and 16th star experts. This has indeed exceeded old man's expectations, but if you think that you can defeat my Tao family with just these 8 experts, you're sorely mistaken." Jianshan's gaze gradually sharpened, becoming as sharp as a blade. Along with it was a powerful killing intent. He sneered, "Really? Then let's see just who's sorely mistaken." With that, the Emperor armament appeared in Jianshan's hand. At that moment, Jianshan's presence suddenly changed. If he was described as an ordinary person before, he was now like a sword that stood in the world with a surging presence. "Kill!" Suddenly, Jianshan bellowed out. He aggressively charged toward Tao Jingtian with the Emperor armament in hand. At the same time, newbies, Tai Ta, Qing Yishuan, Tai Do, Lan Jing, Xen Pian, and Mochas began to move as well. Mochas, who had reached the peak of the 6th heavenly layer, faced off against the ancestor of the Mashi clan, who was at the 7th heavenly layer. Lan Jing and Xen Pian, 2 experts at the 6th heavenly layer, faced off against 2 6th heavenly layer holy emperor from the Tao family. Qing Yishuan faced off against a 5th heavenly layer holy emperor, while newbies and Tai Do faced off against a 4th heavenly layer holy emperor. As for Tai Ta, he faced off against 2 holy emperors by himself. However, the 2 holy emperors were the weakest existences in the Tao family. One of them was at the 2nd heavenly layer, while the other was at the 3rd heavenly layer holy emperor. Jianshan had decided on this arrangement along the way. Including Jianchen, all of them aimed to keep their opponents busy. In the end, Tai, who was the strongest, would be in charge of killing. They would start from the weakest one. A total of 17 Holy Emperor experts engaged in an intense battle in the air above the Tao family. They fought until the surroundings collapsed and the sun and moon dimmed. The terrifying ripples of energy that erupted turned into terrifying storms that wreaked havoc in the surroundings. Even the 9th heavenly layer saint rulers dared not approach them. Jianchen and Tao Jingtian fought the most intense battle. Tao Jingtian knew that Jianchen was not as strong as him, so he used his full strength right from the start. He wanted to finish off Jianchen as quickly as possible so that he could assist the others in dealing with the experts of the Turtle Clan. Jianchen's battle prowess was at the peak of the 7th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor when he was at his limit. He used his full strength against Tao Jingtian, who was at the peak of the 8th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor. He did not hold back at all. He pushed the advantage of his chaotic body to the limit. Destructive chaotic force coiled around his Emperor armament as he constantly stabbed out. Every single strike aimed at Tao Jingtian's vitals. The frequency of his sword strikes was extremely fast, each strike faster than the previous one, forming an impenetrable sword net in front of him. However, Tao Jingtian was at the peak of the 8th heavenly layer after all. He had been through hundreds of battles, so his battle experience was no less than Jianchen's. He was still able to deal with Jianchen's attacks calmly. He would also use the Holy Emperor's abilities to restrain Jianchen's movements from time to time. Although the frozen space would be shattered by Jianchen's Emperor armament before it could completely form, it still made things difficult for Jianchen. He gradually forced Jianchen into a disadvantageous position. Although Jianchen was not as powerful as Tao Jingtian, the difference between them was only a single heavenly layer. At the same time, Jianchen had experienced countless battles of various sizes in his life, so his battle experience was extremely plentiful as well. It would be extremely difficult for Tao Jingtian to heavily injure Jianchen in a short amount of time. Aside from Jianchen, Mocha's had also fallen into a disadvantageous position. His opponent was the ancestor of the Mashi clan, who was at the 7th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor. He had already been forced back by the ancestor of the Mashi clan, so he was nowhere near as composed as Jianchen. Below, the Tao family's territory had already been enveloped by a huge energy barrier, protecting the weaker members of the Tao family and preventing them from being affected by the shockwaves of the battle. Even though the barrier was extremely tough, it was still rather difficult for it to block the shockwaves from the battle between 17 Holy Emperor experts. The transparent barrier had already begun to shake under the constant attacks of the violent storms of energy, and it shook more and more. Several tens of thousands of clansmen of the Tao family had already gathered within the barrier, but including the saint rulers, all of them stared at the shaking barrier nervously. They all knew that without the protection of the barrier, the Tao family would be razed to the ground by the shockwaves from the battle between over a dozen saint kings in a single moment. At this moment, a dazzling golden light flashed. Tai swung his axe, which was a meter long, with a single hand. It tore through the air with lightning-like speed, flying toward the Holy Emperor. The golden axe contained a supreme battle intent, which seemed to be able to annihilate a person's soul. The Holy Emperor was the target of Tai's attack, so he could sense the supreme battle intent within the golden axe the most. It shattered his courage in a single moment, and he actually felt like he could not resist the attack. The golden light grew larger and larger in his eyes. The supreme battle intent had not only shattered his courage to fight, it had also taken away all of his focus. His soul had already been silently injured under the impact of the supreme battle intent. Spurt. The golden axe passed through the Holy Emperor's body. His body was cleaved in half from his forehead, and his soul was wiped out before it could even escape. The golden axe did not slow down at all after killing the Holy Emperor. It continued toward the energy barrier that protected the Tao family. Boom! The energy barrier immediately produced a deafening sound. The barrier was already on the verge of shattering from the shockwaves of energy from over a dozen Saint Kings. Coupled with Tai Ta's extraordinarily powerful attack from the axe, it could not endure any longer and loudly shattered. After the Tao family lost the protection of the energy barrier, the berserk energy ripples immediately surged down like a flood. In an instant, the densely packed buildings all around the Tao family collapsed one after another, causing countless deaths and injuries. Tao Jingtian bellowed out at the sky. Extremely powerful killing intent radiated from his body as he yelled, "Expert of the Turtle Clan, if you have the guts, let's fight to the death 10,000 kilometers away. There's no need to go so far. Isn't it better to fight to the death right here?" Jianshan sneered. He was extremely happy inside. Regardless of the outcome of the battle, the Tao family would suffer heavy losses. "Arg! Expert of the Turtle Clan, old man will skin you alive and pull out your tendons." Tao Jingtian roared at the sky. After the barrier around the Tao family shattered, a third of the elite disciples of the Tao family had died. They were all the future hope of the Tao family. Chapter 12:35. Tao Jingtian's face paled from anger when he heard what Jianshan had said. His killing intent had reached its limit. He yelled out, "Ruler of the Turtle Clan, I, Tao Jingtian, swear that I will grind your bones to dust. I will make you regret this. You will pay a heavy price for what you have done today." "Ha ha ha, I, Jianshan, have never regretted my actions. Tao Jingtian, you may be stronger than me right now, but you don't have the right to grind my bones to dust with your current strength." Jianshan sneered before shooting out 5 powerful strands of black sword chi with lightning-like speed from the Emperor armament in his hand. With a single movement, Tao Jingtian easily dodged Jianshan's 5 strands of sword chi. Although the sword chi did not hit Tao Jingtian, they continued off into the distance without slowing down. They caught up to the 5 saint rulers of the Tao family in a single moment, piercing into their bodies and disappearing. "Arg!" The 5 saint rulers all cried out in pain. Their facial muscles were twisted, as if they were enduring some sort of unbearable torture. However, their cries only lasted for less than a second before they came to a halt. Then, their eyes turned hollow. The black sword chi that had pierced into their bodies had already entered their primordial spirits, shattering their primordial spirits and destroying them in both form and spirit. Tao Jingtian had focused all of his attention on Jianshan, but he still knew what was happening in the surroundings. Seeing how Jianshan's 5 strands of sword chi just happened to hit the 5 saint rulers of the Tao family, it was impossible for him to not understand that Jianshan's target was not him but the saint rulers of the Tao family. Tao Jingtian immediately roared out in anger. He attacked Jianshan with his spear even more wildly. He hated Jianshan to the core. The Tao family was large and one of the most powerful clans in the territory of the Poseidon Hall, but they only had around a dozen saint rulers. Losing 5 saint rulers in a single stroke was a great loss to the Tao family. Tao Jingtian's spear and Jianshan's emperor armament danced around like blurs. The spears would collide with the emperor armaments from time to time, erupting with loud booms. Powerful streams of energy and scattered sword chi shot off in all directions, creating huge pits and bottomless holes in the ground. A few wounds had already appeared on Jianshan's body, dyeing his clothes red. Even though he was injured, his battle prowess did not decrease at all. Instead, he became more and more courageous. At the same time, chaotic force rapidly circulated through his body. Not only did it control his wounds in an extremely short amount of time, but it also rapidly healed them. Jianshan was indeed not Tao Jingtian's opponent, but it was basically impossible for Tao Jingtian to kill Jianshan. Even heavily injuring Jianshan and killing Jianshan was not something that could be done in a short amount of time. At this moment, there was another flash of dazzling golden light. Tai Ta's golden axe soared through the air, swinging toward the 3rd heavenly layer Holy Emperor. Before the axe had even arrived, The supreme battle intent within it seemed to have transformed into a huge hammer, viciously striking the third heavenly layer Holy Emperor's soul. It shattered his courage to fight at that moment, causing him to become stunned for a moment. At that moment, there was a flash of golden light. The axe had already turned into a blur as it swung down from the third heavenly layer Holy Emperor's head, shattering his soul. Even his body had been cleaved in half by Tai Ta's attack. Blood rained down from the sky as a rain of blood. Tai Ta casually removed a space ring. Afterwards, he did not stop at all. With a flash of golden light, he vanished. When he reappeared, he was before Nubes. Nubes' opponent was a fourth heavenly layer Holy Emperor. Although he was at the same level as Nubes, Nubes was a golden-striped silver snake of antiquity. There were very few people who could match him at the same level as Nubes. Although it was very difficult for him to kill someone at the same level as him in such a short amount of time, he was still able to heavily injure and poison his opponent. This was the poison of the golden-striped silver snake. It was extremely potent. Coupled with the fact that Nubes was already at the fourth heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor, his body was several times more powerful than before. Even a Holy Emperor would not be able to escape death if he was not treated quickly. Big guy, the great Nubes, can kill him. He won't be able to last much longer. Don't worry about me. Go help the others. Nubes obviously knew what Tai Ta wanted to do when he arrived beside him, so he hurriedly said to Tai Ta, Nubes, Jianshan said that we have to kill a few holy emperors in the shortest amount of time possible. Otherwise, once Tao Jingtian takes out the Divine Hall, we won't have a chance anymore. Let me deal with him quickly right now. Then immediately go help Jianshan deal with Tao Jingtian, Tai Ta said in a muffled voice. Alright, big guy. I'll leave this person to you. I'll go help Jianshan. Nubes obeyed Tai Ta's suggestion and left his opponent to Tai Ta. He immediately went to help Jianshan deal with Tao Jingtian. The Tao family had 2 Holy Emperor experts in total. The first was Tao Jingtian and the second was Tao Lin. Tao Lin had been poisoned by the silver-striped golden snake during his battle with Nubes, and his strength had been greatly reduced. Then, he took on several attacks from Nubes, and was heavily injured. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to last much longer. Coincidentally, his opponent changed from Nubes to the even more terrifying Tai Ta. This made Tao Lin's heart sink. Although he had never clashed with Tai Ta before, he had witnessed how Tai Ta had killed 2 Holy Emperor experts effortlessly. Probably even the strongest person in the Tao family, Tao Jingtian, would not be able to achieve such a glorious feat. How long could he last against Tai Ta, who could easily kill 2 Holy Emperor experts while he was heavily injured? Tao Lin became extremely fearful of Tai Ta at that moment. He did not want to fight with Tai Ta at all, so he turned around and fled as quickly as he could. Seeing Tao Lin running away from him without a fight, Tai Ta was slightly stunned as well. However, he immediately smiled and said, You can't escape from me. Heaven battling profound skill, chasing stars and moon. With that, Tai Ta vanished with a flash of golden light. Basically in the next moment, he silently reappeared several thousand meters away. Not only did he catch up to Tao Lin, but he also happened to block Tao Lin's path. Tao Lin was shocked when he saw Tai Ta suddenly appear in front of him like he had teleported. Disbelief filled his face. However, before he could do anything, a dazzling golden light appeared before his eyes. He saw Tai Ta swing the golden axe on his shoulder towards him. Just when he wanted to dodge, a supreme battle intent seemed to transform into a huge hammer that smashed against his soul. It made him feel like a bolt of lightning had exploded in his head out of nowhere. It was deafening. Not only did it shatter all his courage to fight, it even stunned him. The supreme battle intent within the axe had been casually unleashed by Tai Ta. He had not purposefully accumulated it. Coupled with the fact that Tao Lin was more powerful than the 2 holy emperors that Tai Ta had killed earlier, his soul was slightly more powerful. Naturally, his resistance was greater as well. Just as Tower's axe was about to hit Tao Lin suddenly woke up. Looking at the golden axe that kept growing bigger in front of him, he was so scared that his face turned pale. Without thinking, he used the trident in his hand to block in front of him. Clang! The trident blocked Tower's axe and broke into two halves from the middle. The huge impact sent Tao Lin flying from the sky and smashed into the ground below, creating a large crater. His whole body sank deep into the crater and blood gushed out of his mouth. Tai Ta did not plan on going around Tao Lin. He immediately followed up with his golden axe. Tao Jingtian realized that Tao Lin was in a life-threatening situation. He raised his head and roared at the sky. He used all his strength to force back Jianchen before charging towards Tao Lin in an attempt to save him. Tao Lin was the holy emperor of the Tao family, and he had a close relationship with Tao Jingtian. Tao Jingtian could watch the holy emperors of other families die without doing anything, but he definitely would not allow the holy emperor of the Tao family to die in front of him. Newbies rushed over aggressively from afar and blocked Tao Jingtian's path. He sneered, "Tao Jingtian, allow me, the great Newbies, to have a taste of your strength." With that, Newbies spat out a gray, poisonous mist. His hands turned into a pair of powerful claws in an instant. They seemed rather similar to Ruijin's dragon claws. He then swiped towards Tao Jingtian's chest with lightning speed. A tremendous amount of energy surged out of Tao Jingtian's body, instantly forming a meter-thick barrier around him. It blocked out Newbies' poisonous mist. When Newbies' claws came into contact with the barrier, they slowed down drastically. "Piss off!" Tao Jingtian bellowed out furiously. He directly struck out with his palm, sending Newbies flying with blood. Afterward, he rushed over to save Newbies. Tai Ta also understood Tao Jingtian's intentions. His expression finally became more serious. He changed from holding the axe with one hand to holding it with both hands. A powerful golden radiance began to rapidly gather on the giant axe from the void. The will of battle contained within the giant axe was also rapidly rising. Mysteries of war, space-breaking technique. Tai Ta let out a low murmur. He suddenly swung down the axe that was raised above his head, sending a blinding golden light into the void. Tao Jingtian was rushing towards Tao Lin with reckless abandon. At this moment, his expression suddenly changed. 3 meters in front of him, a blinding golden light seemed to appear out of thin air. It was hacking towards him with lightning speed. At the same time, a powerful battle intent suddenly erupted, smashing into his soul like a huge hammer. This battle intent was many times stronger than what Tao Lin had to endure. Tao Jingtian was caught off guard and lost his mind for a moment. However, he was a holy emperor 8th celestial layer powerhouse after all. Whether it was strength or soul, he was not someone Tao Lin could compare to. He reacted almost instantly. Without any hesitation, he immediately stabbed out with all his strength. The spear in his hand collided with Tai Ta's golden axe. Boom! Chapter 1236. Tao Jingtian retreated 1,000 meters before stabilizing himself. He stared at the glowing Tai Ta in shock as disbelief flooded his face. He could sense that Tai Ta was not very powerful. He was not a 16th star expert at the very least, yet he was able to casually unleash such a terrifying attack with such strength. At the same time, the axe he had swung out possessed a wondrous ability that was similar to a soul attack. This was the first time he had seen something like that in the sea realm. He also understood that if it were not for the fact that he had reached the peak of the 8th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor and his soul was much more powerful, it would have been impossible for him to react in such a short amount of time against the powerful battle intent in the axe. If he had reacted a little slower in that short amount of time, he would not have just been knocked back. He would have been heavily injured at the very least. Just where did this expert come from? And what kind of heaven-defying cultivation method does he practice? Tao Jingtian cried out inside. For such a terrifyingly powerful expert to remain completely unknown in the sea realm, Tao Jingtian found it very strange. However, before Tao Jingtian could think of anything else, Jianshan charged over from afar. He stabbed his emperor armament at Tao Jingtian with a layer of chaotic force, firmly keeping Tao Jingtian busy, preventing him from saving the other holy emperor experts. Tao Jingtian, I'll show you the power of a saint-tier battle skill. Newbies bellowed out. Vast amounts of energy revolved around him as he moved his arms in a wondrous pattern. He was using his modified saint-tier battle skill. Newbies was currently pale. He had been blown away by Tao Jingtian's palm strike earlier, so he was quite injured. However, he was still a beast of antiquity after all. Although his physical defenses were not as great as Jianshan's, they were still extremely powerful. His injuries did not affect his battle prowess. Newbie's saint-tier battle skill was clearly extraordinary. Even with his strength at the fourth heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor, he was unable to use it instantly. He needed a few seconds to charge it up. A dense layer of golden energy surged out of Newbie's body, rapidly revolving around him. Although it seemed to be the same color as the energy Tai Ta used, that was only on the surface. In reality, the energy Newbies and Tai Ta used was worlds apart. They were completely different types of energy. Rise of the Dragon and Snake. Newbies roared at the sky. The golden energy around him condensed at that moment, turning into a huge, golden dragon. With a loud dragon's roar, the snake-like golden dragon rose into the air and charged at Tao Jingtian with the pressure of the world. It dealt with Tao Jingtian together with Jianshan. Newbie's saint-tier battle skill had reached the seventh heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor, but even so, Tao Jingtian was still able to deal with Jianshan and Newbie's saint-tier battle skill at the same time with ease. Every time he swung his spear, the golden dragon would be cleaved in half. However, Newbie's saint-tier battle skill contained a sliver of the golden-striped silver snake's essence, so it was clearly different from regular saint-tier battle skills. The golden dragon did not disperse after being cleaved in half. Instead, it reassembled in an extremely short amount of time and continued to sweep toward Tao Jingtian. On the other side, Tai Ta had already arrived before the crater Tao Lin had created. He swung his axe down mercilessly with a smear of golden light, completely ending Tao Lin's life. Tao Jingtian's body trembled violently when Tao Lin was killed. A sliver of sorrow appeared on his face. He wanted to go and save Tao Lin, but Jianshan and Newbies kept him busy. Moreover, Tai Ta was so close to Tao Lin. Even if he used his divine hall, it would be too late. As a result, he could only watch Tao Lin die right before his eyes. There was nothing he could do. Tai Ta accepted Tao Lin's space ring and arrived beside Qing Yishuan. He said in a low, muffled voice, "Leave this to me. Go help Jianshan." Qing Yishuan said nothing. She nodded and left her opponents to Tai Ta. She turned around and charged toward Tao Jingtian. Tao Jingtian finally felt a sliver of pressure with Qing Yishuan's addition. The holy emperors on his side were dying one after another. Every time a holy emperor died, a holy emperor would appear in the Turtle Clan's camp to deal with him. As time went on, he would face more and more opponents, which would make dealing with them even more difficult. Tao Jingtian knew that he could not let things drag on like this any longer. The longer this went on, the more severe the losses would be. On the other hand, although some of the experts of the Turtle Clan were injured, none of them had died. People of the Tao family, enter the Divine Hall immediately. Tao Jingtian called out. His voice drowned out the explosions from the battle between the Holy Emperor experts, reverberating through a radius of 100 kilometers. Tao Jingtian tossed a simple Divine Hall into the air. The Divine Hall expanded with the wind, turning into a huge, majestic Divine Hall in the blink of an eye. It gave off a desolate presence and was filled with the marks of time. Clearly, it had existed for a very long time. The divine hall landed on the ground and immediately produced an extremely heavy thud. The ground violently shook as the doors to the divine hall were wide open. Its tremendous size was like a tough fortress, blocking out the violent shock waves of energy that poured down from the sky. The large space in front of the divine hall became a safe zone. Seeing this, the scattered members of the Tao family, who were still fearfully avoiding the powerful energy torrent, seemed to have grabbed onto a life-saving straw. They all rushed into the temple with the fastest speed they could reach. A dazzling golden light bloomed in the air as Tai Ta swung his axe at a black-robed old man with lightning speed. The old man possessed the strength of the fifth heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor, but he was heavily injured in his battle with Qing Yishuan. As a result, he was powerless to block Tai Ta's attack. Just when his soul was dazed by the powerful battle intent, the golden axe cleaved his head in half. At this moment, 4 of the 9 Holy Emperor experts of the Tao family had been slain by Tai Ta. Only 5 remained, but they all became extremely stern without any exception. They no longer possessed the great confidence they had when they faced the experts of the Turtle Clan. The ancestor of the Mashi clan was filled with regret. If he had known earlier that the Turtle Clan was so powerful, he would have never agreed to the marriage alliance with the Tao family no matter what, nor would he have worked with the Tao family against the Turtle Clan. His Mashi clan had suffered extremely heavy losses against the Turtle Clan because one of the 4 Holy Emperor experts that Tai Ta had slain was a member of the Mashi clan. "Let's enter the Divine Hall," Tao Jingtian called out with a sunken face. He stopped fighting and swung his spear as hard as he could to force back Jianchen and Qin Yishuan. Afterward, he immediately retreated and entered the Divine Hall with a flash. The other 4 Holy Emperor experts did not slow down either. They all moved as quickly as they could and entered the Divine Hall at the same time as Tao Jingtian. The door to the Divine Hall suddenly slammed shut and the huge Divine Hall rose from the ground, quickly reaching 1,000 meters in the air. "Ancestor, let us in." Over 1,000 weaker clansmen of the Tao family did not manage to enter the Divine Hall in time, so they all begged. Their faces were filled with despair. A few of the smarter people immediately turned around and fled when they saw that it was impossible to enter the Divine Hall. They fled even further away, both to avoid being hunted down by the experts of the Turtle Clan and to avoid being affected by the shockwaves from the battle between the two sides. Tao Jingtian did not leave with the Divine Hall. Instead, he quickly descended toward Jianchen and the others from 1,000 meters in the air. He wanted to use the toughness of the Divine Hall to fend off Jianchen and the other Holy Emperor experts. Jianchen sneered when he sensed Tao Jingtian's intentions. He said, "Tao Jingtian, do you really think that you're the only one with a Divine Hall?" With that, the Divine Hall of the 8 Wastelands appeared in Jianchen's hand. It immediately turned into a huge Divine Hall that was no smaller than Tao Jingtian's Divine Hall. Jianchen, newbies, Tai Ta, Qing Yishuan, Tai Do, Lan Jing, Xian Pian, and Mochas all entered the Divine Hall in a flash. Under Jianchen's control, the Divine Hall of the 8 Wastelands shot up into the sky at an extremely fast speed. It seemed like it was about to collide with the Divine Hall of the 8 Wastelands. Although the Divine Hall of the 8 Wastelands had been destroyed by Kaiser of the Beast God continent, it possessed the ability to automatically repair itself. After such a long period of time, the Divine Hall of the 8 Wastelands had not completely recovered, but 80% of it had been repaired at the very least. It did not seem damaged at all from the outside. Boom! With a violent rumble, the Divine Hall of the 8 Wastelands and the Divine Hall of the Tao family violently collided in the air. The powerful force of the collision knocked the 2 Divine Halls away. The 2 Divine Halls remained unscathed. The violent collision did not even leave behind a mark on them. The 2 Divine Halls hovered high in the sky at the same time after the collision. Both sides understood that unless they possessed strength as great as the Holy Emperor, neither of them would be able to do anything to the other. Ruler of the Turtle Clan, I never thought that you would have a divine hall as well. Tao Jingtian's cold voice rang out from the divine hall of the Tao family. Chapter 1237. Humph, that's easy for you to say. The only way to destroy the divine hall is to become a 17-star expert and become an emperor. Ruler of the Turtle Clan, I, Tao Jingtian, admit that I have underestimated the strength of your clan, but it's impossible for you to become an emperor. Tao Jingtian's cold voice rang out from the divine hall. His voice was filled with mockery. How could becoming an emperor be so easy? Even Tao Jingtian, who was about to become an elder of the divine hall, did not dare to dream of reaching such a supreme realm. Jianshan sneered. Whether I can become an emperor or not is not up to you, Tao Jingtian. The next time I come to your Tao family, I'll destroy your divine hall. With that, Jianshan controlled the divine hall of the 8 wastelands into the distance. He took the elders of the Turtle Clan several dozen kilometers away and directly returned to the Turtle Clan. Jianshan knew that Tao Jingtian and the others were protected by the divine hall, so it was impossible for them to destroy the Tao family. They did not have the power to destroy the divine hall right now, so their actions today were just to collect some debts for the Turtle Clan. They wanted the alliance of the Tao family to pay a certain price for the disaster they had caused 3 days ago. The divine hall of the 8 wastelands vanished into the horizon very quickly with the experts of the Turtle Clan. Tao Jingtian only put the divine hall away after confirming that Jianshan and the others would not return. However, only the 5 surviving Holy Emperor experts left the divine hall. Tao Jingtian did not dare to let out the clansmen of the Tao family who had entered the divine hall earlier. He was afraid that Jianshan and the others would return. Tao Jingtian and the 4 other experts hovered in the sky silently. They stared at the ruins of the Tao family with gloomy faces. All of them felt heavy inside. The corpses of the clansmen of the Tao family littered the messy ruins. They were strewn across the ground. They had all died to the shock waves of energy that had erupted from the battle between the Holy Emperor experts. There were close to 10 saint rulers among them. Tao Jingtian slowly scanned the ruins of the Tao family. His face was extremely sunken as he clenched his fists so tightly that they creaked. The flames of fury in his heart burned fiercely, along with deep regret. The Tao family had suffered far too great losses in this battle. Over half of their clansmen had died, and only a few of their elite disciples remained. They had even lost 2/3 of their saint rulers, including Tao Lin, who was at the level of the Holy Emperor. The losses of the Turtle Clan were nothing compared to the losses of the Tao family. After all, the peak strength of the Turtle Clan was still present. We misjudged the strength of the Turtle Clan before. None of us had thought that they would actually become so powerful. The Turtle Clan will not just let this matter go. Our Tai clan does not have the protection of a divine hall. Tao Jingtian, I need to return to the Tai clan immediately and think of a way to avoid the revenge of the Turtle Clan, Taitomi said with a heavy voice. I need to go back and make arrangements as well, or the Turtle Clan can easily wipe out our entire clan with the strength they have displayed, said the ancestor of the Tai clan. His face was rather pale as he regretted taking part in this matter. If he had known earlier that the Turtle Clan was so powerful, he would have handed over the crystal mines of the Turtle Clan long ago. Sigh. The ancestor of the Moshi clan let out a long sigh. His face was filled with worry as he constantly cursed himself inside. Originally, his Moshi clan had nothing to do with this matter, but they had agreed to the marriage because they coveted the vast amount of resources that the Turtle Clan possessed. After that, they worked with the Tao clan against the Turtle Clan. It's all because of greed, sighed the ancestor of the Turtle Clan. He knew that the Moshi clan was completely tied to the Tao family now that the situation had developed like this. There was no point in regretting. Everyone, we've completely fallen out with the Turtle Clan now. Running away is pointless. The Turtle Clan will definitely not let us go, so all we can do is temporarily work together and rely on the divine hall in my hands to protect ourselves. We can slowly think of a way to deal with the Turtle Clan after that, Jianchen said. He knew that the experts before him were an extremely powerful force. They would be a great bargaining chip against the Tao family, so he had to keep them around no matter what. The Holy Emperor agreed with what he said, so they all nodded in agreement. Afterward, they all returned to their clans to make arrangements. Afterward, they brought the elites and direct descendants of their clans to the Tao family. They separated the clansmen that they did not take with them and had them hide in various places in the Sea Realm. Whether they would be found and killed by the people of the Turtle Clan was none of their business. A majestic divine hall stood silently at the very center of the territory of the Heavens Spirit Hall. The Divine Hall was the supreme existence of the Heavens Spirit Hall because it was where the ruler of the Heavens Spirit Hall resided. At this moment, an illusionary middle-aged man sat on a throne in a resplendent hall at the highest point of the Heavens Spirit Hall. This was a projection condensed from the power of the soul, and it was not the real person. A skinny old man knelt before the middle-aged man. Hall Master, the person I sent to the Tian Yuan continent to investigate has returned. His name is Jianchen, and he's extremely famous on the Tian Yuan continent. At the same time, he's an unprecedented cultivation prodigy, reaching Saint Ruler in less than 50 years of cultivation. In the end, he was hunted down by the emperors of the Beast God continent because of the matter of the ancient divine beast, so he hid in the Sea Realm to avoid the experts of the Beast God continent. During that time, he helped the Dal tribe deal with the Dal tribe. In the Meng Huang tribe, he coincidentally killed the emissary of the Serpent God Hall, who was escorting the Abyssal Crystal, and jumped into the territory of the Poseidon Hall with the crystal. For some reason, he gained the ruler's chi of the Turtle Clan and became the ruler of the Turtle Clan. The illusionary middle-aged man on the throne frowned slightly. The winged tiger was an ancient divine beast, and was extremely likely to surpass the Holy Emperor in the future, but that had nothing to do with the Sea Realm. What he was truly curious about was how Jianchen could possess the ruler's chi of the Turtle Clan even though he was clearly a human. The old man continued, and I've just received news that Jianchen has been appearing on the Tian Yuan continent from time to time recently, and his strength has reached the level of the Holy Emperor. However, he's also been appearing in the Sea Realm from time to time. He even went to the extremely dangerous Divine Realm not long ago. However, the barrier that protects the Sea Realm only allows outsiders below the level of the Holy Emperor to enter. Once you reach the level of the Holy Emperor, you won't be able to enter again. However, Jianchen seems to be able to enter and exit the barrier as he pleases. The barrier's restrictions are useless against him. Originally, I also suspected that the Jianchen on the Tian Yuan continent and the ruler of the Turtle Clan were two different people, but when I carefully analyzed the times when the Jianchen and the ruler of the Turtle Clan appeared and disappeared, I was shocked to discover that they just happened to match. Whenever Jianchen appeared on the Tian Yuan continent, the ruler of the Turtle Clan would vanish, and when the ruler of the Turtle Clan appeared in the Sea Realm, the Jianchen on the Tian Yuan continent would vanish. More importantly, the time when the Jianchen on the Tian Yuan continent increased in strength was the same as the ruler of the Turtle Clan. When Jianchen first hid in the Sea Realm, he was only a saint ruler, while the ruler of the Turtle Clan was the same. Later on, when the Jianchen on the Tian Yuan continent broke through to the level of the Holy Emperor, the ruler of the Turtle Clan increased in strength as well. As a result, I suspect that they are the same person. The Hall Master of the Heavens Spirit Hall revealed an unfathomable smile. Other than that, even their names and appearances are the same. There's no need to guess. They're definitely the same person. If my guess is correct, then it makes sense why Jianchen's ruler's chi has appeared out of nowhere and why he can freely enter the barrier of the Sea Realm. The skinny old man respectfully knelt on the ground. He did not dare to ask anything. The Hall Master waved his hand and said, "You can leave." Send an envoy to the territory of the Turtle Clan under the Poseidon Hall. Say that the Emperor has invited him to our Heaven's Spirit Hall as a guest. Yes, Hall Master. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed since the battle between the Turtle Clan and the Tao family. During those 5 days, Jianshan had led the experts of the Turtle Clan to visit all the clans that had allied with the Tao family. Jianshan had mercilessly killed off all the management, core disciples, and direct members of the clans that had taken part in the battle against the Turtle Clan. He only left behind a few innocent servants and female attendants. Not only had the Turtle Clan taken back all the crystal mines that had been stolen from them, but they had also obtained a large number of crystal coins and various other valuable items from the clans that had allied with the Tao family. Aside from the 4 large clans that possessed the Holy Emperor, all the other clans that had taken part in the battle against the Turtle Clan had either been wiped out or dispersed. They had completely vanished from the Sea Realm. Even the Moses family, which was also one of the top forces, was only an empty shell. Everything that could be taken away had been taken away. The direct descendants and the upper echelons of the family had all disappeared without a trace. Only a few people of low status were wandering outside. Jianshan knew that the Mashi clan and the 3 other large clans had abandoned the bases that they had worked so hard to maintain. They had gathered their experts and elites with the Tao family. Jianshan did not care about this situation. He still could not destroy the Tao family right now, so it did not matter if he allowed them to live a little longer. Once he possessed the power to destroy the divine hall of the Tao family, he would go find the Tao family and completely end the enmity between the 2 clans. The battle between the Turtle Clan and the Tao family had already spread across the entire territory of the Poseidon Hall, causing everyone to tremble in shock. At the same time, all the peak clans in the territory of the Poseidon Hall became deeply fearful of the Turtle Clan. Chapter 1238. What? The Hall Master of the Heaven's Spirit Hall has sent an emissary? Jianshan was stunned by the guard's report. The Hall Master of the Heaven's Spirit Hall was one of the 3 overlords of the Sea Realm. He was an expert at the level of the Holy Emperor. Why would someone as great as him send an emissary to the Turtle Clan? Jianshan had no relationship with the Hall Master of the Heaven's Spirit Hall at all. Invite the emissary from the Heaven's Spirit Hall to the guest room, Jianshan said to the guard after a moment of thought. The guard accepted the order and left. The meeting between Jianshan and the elders of the Turtle Clan came to an end as well. Jianshan then stood up and made his way to the guest room. The emissary from the Hall Master of the Heaven's Spirit Hall was already seated and waiting in the guest room. There were a total of 3 people, and the leader was an old man who seemed ordinary. He wore simple clothes and was dressed casually. His old eyes would shine with light from time to time. 2 extremely burly men in tight robes stood behind the old man. Their bare arms flickered with a faint blue light from time to time. The skin of the 2 men was a deep blue. Jianshan glanced past the 3 of them and was slightly surprised. He could tell with a single glance that the seated old man was actually a 3rd heavenly layer Holy Emperor. The 2 middle-aged men behind the old man were 9th heavenly layer Saint Rulers as well. The Heaven's Spirit Hall has sent a Holy Emperor as an emissary, and they've even sent a 9th heavenly layer Saint Ruler as a follower. What extravagance, Jianshan thought. The emissary immediately stood up when he saw Jianshan. He clasped his hands at Jianshan with a smile. I am Hu Bai. Greetings to the ruler of the Turtle Clan. There's no need for that, emissary Hu Bai. Please take a seat, Jianshan replied politely with a smile before sitting down across from Hu Bai. After exchanging some pleasantries with Hu Bai, he got straight to the point. May I ask why Hu Bai has come to the territory of my Turtle Clan from so far away? The territories of the Poseidon Hall, the Heaven's Spirit Hall, and the Serpent God Hall all had an agreement. All members of the halls could not set foot in the territories of the other halls. Although Hu Bai was a member of the Heaven's Spirit Hall, he had entered the territory of the Poseidon Hall as an emissary. As long as he did not cause any trouble in the territory of the Poseidon Hall, there would obviously not be any obstructions. Ruler, I've come under the orders of the Great Hall Master of the Heaven's Spirit Hall to pass on a message. The Great Hall Master has personally invited the ruler to our Heaven's Spirit Hall as a guest. Ruler, what do you think? Hu-Bai said amiably. He smiled kindly and was extremely polite. Jianshan frowned slightly. He had nothing to do with the Hall Master of the Heaven's Spirit Hall. In the past, he had attempted to cause a huge ruckus in the Heaven's Spirit Hall, but in the end it was a Hall Elder of the Heaven's Spirit Hall who made Lan Jing, Xinpian, and Mocha submit to him, which was why the matter was resolved. Of the 3 territories of the Poseidon Hall, only the Poseidon Hall was safe for him. Jianshan immediately became troubled when he thought up to there. He said, Emissary Hu-Bai, please reply to the esteemed Hall Master for me. My turtle clan has suffered extremely heavy losses due to the battle with the Tao family not long ago. We still have many matters to deal with right now, so we are unable to make the time. However, I will definitely pay a visit to the Heaven's Spirit Hall when I have the time in the future. Jianshan was obviously serious about paying a visit, but he was thinking that once he possessed the strength to not fear the Holy Emperor, he would definitely pay a visit to the Heaven's Spirit Hall and the Serpent God Hall, especially the Serpent God Hall. He still had not settled the debt from back then. The emissary had obviously heard about the battle between the Turtle Clan and the Tao family. It was true, so he did not doubt Jianshan's words at all. At the same time, he was still uncertain about the relationship between the Hall Master of the Heaven's Spirit Hall and Jianshan, so he did not dare to offend him. As a result, he stood up with a smile and clasped his hands. Of course, of course. The Turtle Clan has just gone through a baptism of war, so there are naturally countless matters to attend to. Ruler, I've already passed on the message. The mission is complete, so I should report back to the shopkeeper. I won't waste any more of your precious time. Farewell. Farewell. Jianshan also stood up and personally sent the emissary off. He then continued with the meeting of the Turtle Clan to discuss the future of the clan. Jianshan did not go anywhere after the meeting. He drew up a blueprint for the remaining materials he needed for the azulate swords and handed it to his subordinates so that they could search for them in various parts of the sea realm. Afterward, he entered seclusion and continued to absorb the monster cores that were about to be destroyed. He increased his strength and waited for the arrival of the worldly ebb at the same time. 2 days later, the emissary reported his conversation with Jianshan to the Hall Master of the Heaven's Spirit Hall in the huge Divine Hall within the territory of the Heaven's Spirit Hall. The Hall Master of the Heaven's Spirit Hall was still condensed from his soul and not his real body. He frowned slightly when he heard the report and dismissed the emissary with a wave of his hand. He murmured to himself, the ruler of the Turtle Clan actually brushed off the Emperor. Looks like it won't be easy to invite him over. Does the Emperor have to make a personal trip? With that, the Hall Master of the Heaven's Spirit Hall sank into his thoughts and remained silent for quite some time. At this moment, an old man in simple robes sat in the center of a barren mountain range on the Tianyuan continent. Dense, red mist permeated his surroundings. It was as viscous as blood, pulsing rhythmically like a heart at times before churning violently at other times. It seemed like a serpent dragon was stirring within. The old man was Houston. After obtaining Amagami from Jianshan, he had left Longevity Valley and found the sparse energy of the world in the depths of the desolate mountain range to cultivate in order to break through to the Holy Emperor level. At this moment, the blood-red mist surrounding Houston's body suddenly stilled, as if a beating heart had suddenly stopped beating, falling into a state of stillness. However, this only lasted for a few seconds. Suddenly, a terrifying presence that could destroy the world radiated from Houston. The presence was so powerful that it shattered the cave he was cultivating in a single moment. This was because the entire mountain had exploded, turning into countless pieces of rock that shot out in all directions. Houston didn't seem to feel anything at all. His cross-legged body was as unmoving as a mountain, floating in the air as if he didn't have any weight at all. Fierce winds whistled through the air, but they couldn't move his body. The terrifying aura emitted from his body enveloped the entire 100,000 mountains. An even thicker and more viscous blood-red mist emanated from Houston's body, forming a tornado that rapidly revolved around Houston's body. As it revolved, the dense and viscous blood-red mist continuously deepened in color, continuously solidifying. It was transforming bit by bit into substance at a visible speed. Colorful clouds had silently appeared in the azure sky. There were actually 9 different colors within the clouds. They were the extremely rare 9-colored rainbow clouds on the Tianyuan continent. At the same time, the 9-colored rainbow clouds silently spread out in all directions at an unbelievable speed from the center of the mountain range. In just a few seconds, the clouds had enveloped the entire Tianyuan continent. At that moment, everyone stopped what they were doing in various places on the Tianyuan continent. They all raised their heads and stared curiously at the 9-colored rainbow clouds that had silently appeared. Very few people knew what this meant. In the various cities on the Tianyuan continent, the mercenaries and merchants who were busy transporting goods or dining in inns all stood on the streets without any exception. They all pointed at the 9-colored clouds in the sky as they discussed. No one knew what was happening, but very soon many different rumors appeared in various places. Some people said that the appearance of the 9-colored clouds in the sky was an auspicious omen. The Tianyuan continent was about to change and be unified by a powerful empire or organization. A new empire was about to be established. There were also people who said that the appearance of the 9-colored clouds meant that a spiritual item of the world or a great treasure was about to appear. There were even people who said that the appearance of the 9-colored clouds in the sky was an omen of great misfortune. An unprecedented calamity was about to befall the Tianyuan continent, enough to destroy the world. All the saint rulers and holy emperor experts in the miniature world in Mercenary City received the news. They all left the miniature world as quickly as possible and appeared outside. They all raised their heads and stared at the 9-colored clouds in a daze. The people who lived at the bottom of the Tianyuan continent did not know what the appearance of the 9-colored clouds meant, but to a few saint rulers and experienced heaven saint masters, the 9-colored clouds were no secret. On the Tianyuan continent, when all heaven saint masters broke through to saint ruler, the clouds would appear in the sky. However, the clouds would not cover a large area and would only have 3 colors. On the other hand, when a saint ruler reached Holy Emperor, the clouds would also appear in the sky. They would go from 3 colors to 7, and they would cover an even larger area. If a Holy Emperor broke through and reached Holy Emperor level, 9-colored auspicious light would descend from the sky and 9-colored clouds would appear, enveloping the entire Tianyuan continent. The saint rulers and holy emperors of Mercenary City all knew that a second holy emperor had appeared on the Tianyuan continent after the Path Lord of Carnal Desires. Who is it? Who has become a saint emperor? A holy emperor of Mercenary City hovered in the air as he excitedly stared at the 9-colored clouds in the sky. His voice trembled as uncontainable envy and yearning filled his voice. Chapter 1239. Great Elder Tianjian has already reached great perfection of the Holy Emperor for many years, but he's never been able to break through the final barrier. He's already nearing the end of his lifespan. He only has a little over 100 years left. A while ago, Great Elder Tianjian suddenly resigned and left Mercenary City in search of breaking through to Martial Emperor. Now, 9-colored auspicious clouds have suddenly descended from the sky. This is clearly a sign that someone is about to become a Martial Emperor. Could it really be Great Elder Tianjian? The speaker was a ruddy old man. He was originally the second elder of Mercenary City, but after Tianjian stepped down, he had been promoted to Grand Elder. He was now the person with the greatest authority in Mercenary City. He was at the 9th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor and was not far away from great perfection. Tianjian had stepped down from his position as Grand Elder and become a Great Elder of Mercenary City. He had stepped down from his position as Grand Elder. Great Elder Tianjian has only left Mercenary City recently. I don't think he can break through to Holy Emperor in such a short amount of time, said a red-robed man. He was also a Holy Emperor Elder of Mercenary City. The number of experts who have reached great perfection of the Holy Emperor on the Tianyuan continent can be counted on one hand. Even if we include the independent people who spend most of their time in seclusion, there will not be more than 20 of them. Great Elder Tianjian's talent is extremely great, and he has read the cultivation experiences and comprehensions left behind by many Holy Emperor seniors of Mercenary City. It's extremely likely for him to reach Holy Emperor. Perhaps Great Elder Tianjian has suddenly left Mercenary City because he has found an opportunity to break through. A skinny, extremely ordinary-looking Holy Emperor Elder spoke. He was filled with undisguised admiration for Tianjian. At this moment, the newly appointed Grand Elder of Mercenary City said, "All right, let's stop guessing. Once the person who has broken through to Holy Emperor stabilizes, it will cause the mysteries of the world on the continent to tremble. We just need to find the center of the tremors, and we'll be able to find out who has broken through to Holy Emperor." Although the 9 colored clouds that enveloped the entire Tianyuan continent caused a great commotion and some panic to the people who lived at the bottom of the Tianyuan continent, this matter had an extremely great effect on the experienced saint rulers and holy emperors. All of them struggled to remain calm as they excitedly stared at the 9 colored clouds in the sky. All of their gazes were filled with undisguised envy and yearning. At the same time, they were all curious about who had broken through to Holy Emperor. In the Holy Empire, deep in the mountains tens of thousands of miles away from the City of God, one of the 7 major main cities, a small wooden hut stood alone at the highest point of a mountain peak. Fierce winds were howling in the sky, making whooshing noises, but they couldn't shake this lonely wooden hut at all. At this moment, Hao Wu stood with his hands behind his back outside the hut. He stared at the 9 colored clouds in interest and murmured, "Someone has finally become a saint emperor on the Tianyuan continent." Hao Wu's eyes flickered with a sliver of envy and yearning. Reaching the Holy Emperor level was an irresistible temptation to all Holy Emperor experts. However, Hao Wu seemed to think of something soon after. The yearning in his eyes vanished, replaced by a sliver of loneliness and deep pain. He turned around and entered the hut. He sat by the bed and gently held Czar Tsayun's jade-white hand. He said emotionally, "I, Hao Wu, do not hope to break through to Holy Emperor. I only hope that Kaiyun can wake up sooner." Czar Tsayun's situation was caused by a death wish. Her soul had been injured, and she had sealed herself off. It was not a physical wound, so there was nothing Hao Wu could do about Czar Tsayun's situation. Injuries to the soul were the most troublesome. Half a day after the 9 colored clouds covered the sky, a powerful pulse of the mysteries of the world suddenly appeared. It rapidly expanded into the distance. This was the pulse of the mysteries of the world at the Holy Emperor level. It originated from the person who had broken through, and it also symbolized that the person had officially become a Holy Emperor. "We know where it is now. Let's go and take a look," the Grand Elder called out. He immediately ripped open a space gate in space before hurrying over with all the experts of Mercenary City. "We finally know the location of the person who broke through. Let's go and see just which expert became a Saint Emperor." Aside from the sealed Changyang Prefecture, all the Holy Emperor experts of the 9 other protector clans were mobilized. They all hurried in the direction of the pulse of the mysteries of the world. Now that someone had become a Holy Emperor on the Tianyuan continent, it was a huge matter. The identity of the person who had become a holy emperor was extremely important to the Tian Yuan continent. Whether they were righteous or evil would affect the fate of the Tian Yuan continent to a certain extent. If they were righteous, it would obviously be a joyous matter for the Tian Yuan continent, but if they were evil, it would be a disaster for the Tian Yuan continent. Changyang Zhu Shao from the Changyang Prefecture of Lore City, Changyang Zhu Yunshao from the imperial family of the Kingdom of Jessen, the various ancient clans, and the holy emperor experts hidden in various places of the Tian Yuan continent all ripped open space gates and hurried over the moment the pulse of the mysteries of the world appeared. Houston remained seated in the air in the barren mountains. The blood-red mist around him had all been absorbed into his body. He radiated with a tremendous presence. Just the tiny presence he would give off from time to time was enough to cause the surrounding space to violently tremble. It was extremely powerful. Houston was currently comprehending the great power that came with breaking through. He could not help but sigh emotionally. The power of a holy emperor was far greater than what a holy emperor at great perfection could compare to. Even though he had just become a holy emperor, he felt like he could crush a holy emperor at great perfection effortlessly with the power he possessed. He had also obtained many shocking secrets from the Empyrean demon orb after breaking through to Saint Emperor this time. This was because he had seen an even vaster world through the Empyrean demon orb. Jianshan has given me a great fortune. I've only just begun cultivating as a holy emperor. I still have a very long path ahead of me, Jianshan thought. Breaking through to become a holy emperor should have been something worth celebrating, but Houston remained very calm. The surrounding space suddenly began to ripple violently. Space gates appeared one after another, and one holy emperor after another emerged. However, all of them concealed their presence without exception, acting like an ordinary person. Even the protector clans and the holy emperor from Mercenary City behaved the same. In just a few seconds, over 200 holy emperor had gathered in the empty space. All of them stared at Houston as soon as they emerged from the space gate. They were unable to shift their gazes away. The terrifying presence that occasionally radiated from Houston made all the holy emperor deeply understand that the person sitting before them was a true holy emperor. Houston, I never thought it would be you who'd become an emperor, the Grand Elder said in amazement. The Grand Elder of Mercenary City sighed in amazement. He had thought of people who could become saint emperors, but he had never thought that it would be an assassin. After all, the incident 1,000 years ago had dealt a very heavy blow to Houston. However, after confirming the identity of the person who had become a martial emperor, the great elder of Mercenary City felt rather disappointed. The person who had become a martial emperor was actually not Great Elder Tianjian. Congratulations, Sect Master Houston, on becoming a holy emperor and reaching the apex of the Tian Yuan continent. Our Tian Yuan continent has finally produced a second holy emperor after the Path Lord of Carnal Desires. The Pavilion Master of the Pure Heart Pavilion, Wuchenzi, congratulated Houston first with a smile. Congratulations, Sect Master Houston. Afterwards, the Holy Emperor experts from various organizations all congratulated Houston. They all smiled and were extremely polite. In this age where Holy Emperor was rare, even the protector clans with great heritage were unwilling to offend him so easily. Old Sect Master, why you've really become a Holy Emperor? An excited voice rang out from behind the crowd. The Vice Sect Master of the Bloodsword Sect, Jiang Wang, squeezed his way in as he excitedly looked at Houston. After learning that Houston was the person who had become an emperor, Jiang Wang's excitement had reached its limit. Houston, who had been sitting cross-legged in the void, finally opened his eyes. He first nodded at Jiang Wang, then cupped his hands and said, Houston thanks everyone for your congratulations. Houston spoke extremely calmly. He did not show any joy or excitement from becoming a holy emperor. Houston has already become a holy emperor, one of the only two holy emperors on our Tianyuan continent, yet he can still remain so calm. Just this alone is enough to surpass all of us here. No wonder Houston became the holy emperor. Houston's mental fortitude has already reached a level where we can only look up to him. A holy emperor praised loudly, which immediately resonated with many people. Houston smiled indifferently when he heard that. He said, "The path of cultivation is endless. The holy emperor has only just begun, so there's nothing to be proud of. You have to know that there's always someone better than you. In the past, we were just frogs in a well." Everyone present was stunned by Houston's words. The holy emperor had only just begun? If it were not for the fact that Houston was the one who had said it, some of them probably would have cursed out loud already. "Everyone, I still have matters to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave first." Houston did not give a detailed explanation. He ripped open a space gate and left. He had obtained a lot of information from Amagami after breaking through this time. Not only did he understand that the Holy Emperor had only just begun, but he had also obtained some shockingly powerful secret technique. Even as a Holy Emperor, he could only barely use these secret techniques. They were far more powerful than Saint-tier battle skills. 3 days later, Houston consolidated his cultivation as a Holy Emperor. At the same time, he grasped a few of the secret technique. Afterward, he arrived outside the death nest by himself. Chapter 1240. In-chi permeated the death nest. Black mist churned, conjuring vicious, demonic faces from time to time. They opened their mouths and roared at the outside, wanting to charge out of the death nest. However, they were trapped by a huge barrier and formation that enveloped the entire death nest. No matter how powerful the In-chi was, it was unable to leak out at all. Houston had completely erased his presence as the Holy Emperor. He stood outside the death nest leisurely as he stared at the depths of the death nest with shining eyes. His gaze was filled with confusion and curiosity. Amagami's call became more and more intense in his head, urging Houston to enter the death nest in a hurry. It was as if there was something in the death nest that deeply attracted him. Houston was not affected by the Empyrean demon orb. He could completely suppress the call from the Empyrean demon orb, but he did not do so. He already knew how extraordinary the Empyrean demon orb was. It was basically all thanks to the Empyrean demon orb that he could become an emperor today. Houston stood outside the death nest in thought. In the end, he still stepped into the death nest. He had become the Holy Emperor now, so his great strength gave him great confidence. He believed that even if there really were any dangers in the death nest, he would be able to escape unscathed. There were no changes in the death nest at all. The In-chi was boundless, and the churning black fog was endless. The somewhat soft ground was crimson red, as if it had been soaked in blood. The scattered trees and plants swayed in the black fog, looking like ghosts baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. It was eerie and terrifying. Houston's expression remained the same as he made his way through the death nest with great composure. He maintained a straight line the entire time, making his way to the very depths of the death nest according to the call from the Empyrean demon orb. At this moment, a cold presence emerged from the churning black mist and silently seeped into Houston's head. Although Houston sensed it, he didn't resist. He allowed this cold aura to enter his primordial spirit. He wanted to test the power of this cold aura. However, in the next moment, Houston's figure came to a halt. A trace of surprise appeared on his face. This strand of In-chi can actually be devoured by the soul-devouring force. It's beneficial to the cultivation of the soul-devouring force. The soul-devouring force was the baleful In-chi. This was the information that Houston had obtained from Amagami. In the past, Houston's cultivation technique was modified by the Blood Demon Emperor based on the Amagami's heavenly demonic technique. It was not complete, so the god-devouring power had to be produced through slaughter, and the more he used, the less power he would have. Now that Houston had obtained the complete heavenly demonic technique from Amigami, all the energy in his body had been converted into the god-devouring force. Not only was it much more powerful than the baleful yin-chi he possessed in the past, it did not need to be produced through slaughter. All he needed to do was absorb the energy of the world. No wonder Amigami wanted me to come here. So the Death Nest is basically a treasure trove for people who cultivate the heavenly demonic technique. Houston understood very soon, so he began to move faster and faster. Whether it was the Tian Yuan continent or the Beast God continent, increasing one's strength would become extremely difficult once they reached the level of the Holy Emperor. Not only was this because there was no more origin energy in the world, but because of the lack of origin energy, even the energy of the world was nowhere near as abundant as before. Very few people could reach the peak of the Holy Emperor. Houston could already foresee that if he had a cultivation holy land like the Death Nest, his strength would also soar in the future. Houston moved faster and faster. Although he still looked like he was taking a leisurely stroll, every step he took was able to cross several kilometers of distance. As he moved very quickly, he did not come across a single saint ruler vengeful spirit in the first zone of the Death Nest. He arrived in the second zone very soon. After entering the second zone, even the weakest vengeful spirits there were at the level of the Holy Emperor. Before Houston had made it very far, he came across a Holy Emperor vengeful spirit that silently attacked him from the side as a black blur. Houston did not slow down at all. With a flick of his finger, a red streak of light shot out, striking the Holy Emperor vengeful spirit with lightning speed. This was the god-devouring force. In the past, Houston would never have used the god-devouring force so easily, because the god-devouring force would be depleted every time he used it. It was extremely difficult to replenish. Now that he had become a holy emperor with the Empyrean demonic arts, all the energy within him had been converted into the god-devouring force. To him, the god-devouring force had become ordinary energy, so it was extremely easy to recover. He obviously did not care about the consumption of the god-devouring force. The Holy Emperor vengeful spirit was directly dispersed by the god-devouring force, turning into a dim, black mist. It was unable to recondense. Houston advanced, encountering attacks from the Holy Emperor vengeful spirits many times. However, without any exception, they were all dispersed by the god-devouring force, unable to recondense. Along the way, there were quite a few cold auras that attempted to attack Houston's soul, but they were all refined by his soul-devouring force, becoming a part of his soul-devouring force. Although the Death Nest was filled with danger, it posed no threat to Houston at all. Very soon, he passed through the second zone and arrived in the third zone. As soon as he set foot in the third zone, an extremely powerful, cold presence enveloped Houston from all directions. In the third zone, even great perfection experts like the Holy Emperor needed to use Saint Force to condense a barrier of energy around him, but Houston still did not do anything. He allowed the cold presence to seep into his body and soul. Not only did he not feel any discomfort, he even felt extremely comfortable. This was because all the cold presence that had invaded his body had been converted into a part of the god-devouring force. To Houston, who cultivated the Empyrean demonic arts, the cold presence was not harmful at all. Instead, it increased his strength, just like the dense energy of the world. In front of him, two tall demonic figures slowly appeared from the churning black fog. They immediately turned into a black shadow and charged at Houston. The vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor. Houston could tell the strength of the two demonic figures with a single glance. They were powerful existences at the same cultivation level as him, so he immediately became stern. Extending a finger, two powerful streams of god-devouring force shot toward the vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor as two sharp swords. The vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor did not know how to dodge at all. They collided with the soul-devouring force, but as soon as their bodies came in contact with the soul-devouring force, they began to violently tremble. Their blurry faces began to distort as pain filled their faces. Even their bodies began to rapidly fade. In just a few seconds, the two powerful vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor vanished, dispersing into a dark, black mist. The two streams of baleful force that Houston had shot out were just too powerful. After dispersing the two vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor, they continued on into the depths of the death nest without slowing down at all. Wherever they passed, the churning black mist would disperse. The soul-devouring force is effective against vengeful spirits? Houston was slightly stunned. He was greatly surprised. When he killed the vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor earlier, he had completely suppressed them with his strength, so he did not notice this. Now that his opponent was the vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor, the effects of the soul-devouring force were immediately apparent. However, what Houston did not know was that the two streams of soul-devouring force he had used against the vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor were actually slowly strengthening as they flew. All the black mist they came into contact with was absorbed by the two streams of soul-devouring force, constantly strengthening themselves. The two streams of soul-devouring force moved extremely quickly, reaching the very center of the third zone very soon. Afterward, they seemed to collide with an invisible barrier, dispersing into thin air. At the same time, the entire death nest trembled slightly. In that moment, a subtle change seemed to occur. Houston obviously sensed it as well, but the call from the Amagami grew stronger and stronger. He struggled to contain his curiosity, so he continued to make his way deeper into the death nest. Along the way, Houston would be harassed by the vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor from time to time. However, his soul-devouring force was effective against the vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor. No matter how many of the vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor appeared, they posed no threat to Houston at all. Before long, Houston arrived at the very center of the third zone. He did not advance any further. Instead, he stood there silently as he constantly scanned his surroundings. He gradually frowned as he murmured, "There's a formation hidden in space here. It seems to be a formation recorded in the Amagami, but it's also a little different." Houston sank into his thoughts. A while later, a gleam of light flashed through his eyes, an extremely dense, soul-devouring force radiated from him. It turned into a red mist that permeated the surroundings. Gradually, a formation hidden in space slowly appeared before Houston. As soon as the formation appeared, it began to absorb the soul-devouring force coming from Houston's body. The soul-devouring force seemed to be the driving force of the formation. After absorbing the soul-devouring force, the formation began to emit a dazzling blood-red light. Then it began to rapidly rotate. Rumble! At the same time, heavy rumbles constantly rang out from the death nest. The ground gently trembled, and a hidden formation appeared on the ground. The formation was extremely large, taking up the entire death nest. Chapter 1241. This blood-refining formation refines the essence of a person's flesh and blood into soul-devouring force, and only people who cultivate the Empyrean demon arts can absorb it. The souls of the fighters on the Tianyuan continent, including the Holy Emperor, will be corroded and dispersed when they come in contact with the soul-devouring force. Yet, there's actually a complete blood-refining formation in the death nest. Just who cast it down here? Was it the Holy Emperor who obtained Amagami in the past? Houston's mind raced as he was filled with doubt. That's not right. Rumor has it that in ancient times, the #1 expert of the human race, Mo Tianyun, collected a large number of corpses and buried them here. He single-handedly created the death nest. Could it be that this blood-refining great formation was set up by Mo Tianyun back then? Has he obtained a cultivation method from the Empyrean demon orb and practiced the Empyrean demon arts? Is that why he only has the blood-refining formation recorded in the Empyrean demon orb, using the flesh and essence of the fallen experts to refine soul-devouring force for his own cultivation? Houston sank into his thoughts, but he soon shook his head. That's impossible. According to what I know, the energy Motianyun uses is not soul-devouring force at all. He doesn't cultivate the Empyrean demon arts at all. The soul-devouring force is only harmful to him. Suddenly, Houston became surprised once again. He cried out, "There seems to be another formation hidden in the blood-refining formation." Houston began to study it carefully. All his knowledge of formations came from Amagami. If it were not for Amagami, he would not have been able to discover the hidden formation even if he was a holy emperor. A while later, Houston sucked in a deep breath. He had already recognized the other formation hidden in the blood-refining formation. It was also one of the many formations recorded in Amagami. It was called the Empyrean Demon Illusion. It was an extremely profound illusion formation. A total of 2 formations recorded in Amagami had appeared in the Death Nest, which made it difficult for Houston to remain calm. At this moment, the Death Nest began to shake violently once again. A large swathe of red mist that was as viscous as blood surged over from the front. Houston's face changed when he saw the red mist. The red mist was the soul-eater force cultivated by the heavenly demon technique. Furthermore, the soul-eater force was many times stronger than the soul-eater force he cultivated. Bang! 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 Muffled sounds came from the red mist. With each sound, the entire Death Nest would shake. 100-meter-tall blood-red skeleton was faintly discernible in the red mist. Powerful soul-devouring force constantly radiated from every single one of its bones. Moreover, this blood-red skeleton also had a powerful aura that caused the world to tremble. It's a blood thrall. A powerful blood thrall that has surpassed the Holy Emperor's level of cultivation. Houston cried out as he stared fixedly at the blood-red skeleton. Disbelief filled his face. At this moment, Houston suddenly thought of all the information he had obtained from Amagami regarding blood thralls. Blood thralls were created from countless corpses using the Empyrean demon's secret technique before being nurtured from evil blood and essence. The strength of a blood thrall depended on the age of its existence, as well as the corpses, evil blood, and essence needed to create a blood thrall. Blood thralls were the slaves of cultivators of the Empyrean demon arts. The Empyrean demon's secret technique contained the secret technique to enslave blood thralls, so they would never betray their master. Enslaved blood thralls would completely obey their master's orders, so they could be used to assist in battle. At the same time, they could absorb the soul-devouring force from the blood thralls to cultivate and strengthen themselves. The blood-red skeleton did not attack Houston. It just stood there quietly in a daze. The 2 empty eyes on its skull were looking in Houston's direction. It had already sensed that there was an outsider here, but this outsider actually possessed a power of the same origin as it, so it did not attack Houston. Houston's expression became incomparably solemn. Blood thralls were not naturally formed. Now that such a powerful blood thrall had appeared here, he did not need to think to know that someone had done it on purpose. Moreover, this person also knew various secret techniques of the Empyrean demon art. However, what made him rejoice was that blood thralls would not attack cultivators of the Empyrean demon arts without their master's orders. Otherwise, when faced with such a powerful blood thrall, even if he was an expert of the Holy Emperor's level, he could only run for his life. Moreover, he might not even be able to escape. Houston stared at the blood thrall and sized it up for a while. Then, his expression froze, and a hint of wild joy appeared on his face. He said excitedly, This is actually a blood thrall that hasn't recognized a master." Houston's eyes burned with passion. Without any hesitation, he immediately began to form the blood thrall imprint. The blood thrall imprint was one of the secret techniques he had obtained from the Amagami. It was specifically used to enslave blood thralls. After a few breaths, Houston had completed the imprint. With a wave of his hand, it shot out like lightning, accurately landing between the blood-red skeleton's brows and disappearing. After waiting for a while, the blood thrall did not change at all. The scene of enslaving a blood thrall recorded in the Amigami did not appear. Seeing this, disappointment appeared in Houston's eyes. He sighed softly and said, "My strength is too low. I'm still unable to subdue a blood thrall that surpasses the Holy Emperor's level. Looks like I can only subdue it in the future. I just don't know who left such a powerful blood thrall here and didn't care about it." Houston no longer paid any attention to the blood thrall. It would not attack cultivators of the Empyrean demon arts anyway, so it would not affect him if he let it stay there. Houston's gaze returned to the illusory formation hidden within the blood-refining formation. This illusory formation was extremely powerful. With just Houston's current strength, he was unable to set it up or break it open. However, he knew the method to enter the formation. After a moment of hesitation, Houston still entered the illusory formation. He then used the method he had learned from the Amigami to travel through the formation. Houston was extremely cautious. Every step he took would be compared repeatedly, and only after confirming that there were no mistakes would he step down. He knew that if he took a wrong step, he would be trapped in the formation. It would be very difficult for him to escape. After taking several hundred steps, Houston finally passed through the illusion array. At this moment, he felt the space around him ripple slightly. Soon after, his line of sight suddenly changed. He had already arrived in an underground cavern in a muddle-headed state. It was a circular cavern that was around 30 meters in diameter. The entire cavern was filled with dense, soul-devouring force. There was a 2-meter-long, square pool in the center of the cavern. The pool was filled with a blood-red liquid which seemed like blood. When Houston's gaze landed on the pool filled with blood-red liquid, his expression immediately became incomparably excited. His heart couldn't help but beat violently. He recognized what it was with a single glance. It was the materialization of energy. It was highly condensed God-devourer power that had already turned into a liquid. I understand now. All the soul-devouring force refined by the blood-refining formation is actually stored here. The Death Nest is basically a cultivation paradise for people who practice the Empyrean demon art. Although I still can't be certain who created this place, the soul-devouring force is already so dense here. Coupled with the fact that the blood thralls have not been able to hold back, the expert who created this place either left or died. If I stay here and cultivate and absorb the soul-devouring energy in this pool, my strength will definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Whatever. I may have become the Holy Emperor, but I've only just embarked on the path of cultivation. I'll just focus on cultivating here for the next few days. Houston murmured to himself before sitting down beside the pool and beginning to cultivate the Empyrean demon arts. However, what Houston did not know was that the Empyrean demon illusion formation had exploded with a boom as soon as he was teleported to the underground cavern by a strand of spatial force. There were several even more powerful and profound formations in the surroundings that Houston had failed to discover. These formations were connected to the Empyrean demon illusion. Their fates were connected, so the explosion of the Empyrean demon illusion caused the formations to self-destruct at the same time. Boom, 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 boom. These formations were all very powerful. Following a series of violent booms, the powerful energy fluctuations caused by the self-defense of the formations caused the entire Death Nest to shake violently. The formations that had exploded were all extremely powerful trapping formations. They actually trapped origin energy that had disappeared from the Tianyuan continent for countless years. Without the restraints of the formations, the origin energy immediately permeated the surroundings. However, the entire Death Nest was enveloped by formations and barriers, so the origin energy was unable to leave the Death Nest no matter what. A powerful pulse appeared in the air as another colossal formation appeared. If Jianshan were present, he would definitely be able to recognize that the formation was extremely similar to the ancient teleportation formation he had seen in the Underworld Sect's Divine Hall. The only difference was that the formation in the Death Nest was even larger and more profound than the one in the Underworld Sect's Divine Hall. At this moment, a wild gust of wind suddenly appeared in the Death Nest. The origin energy that had spread into the surroundings was sucked in from all directions before being sucked into the huge teleportation formation. The teleportation formation immediately began to shine with a bright white light. It slowly began to revolve in the air, causing extremely powerful pulses of energy. However, the formations and barriers outside the Death Nest concealed it, so the people outside could not sense it at all. The illusionary formations that Houston had passed through when he entered the underground cavern, the trapping formations that had exploded, and the huge teleportation formation that had appeared in the air were all connected. Chapter 1242. The light from the teleportation formation grew brighter and brighter, becoming more and more dazzling. In the end, it turned into a ball of blinding white light, shining like a sun. It illuminated the entire Death Nest. If it were outside, the light from the teleportation formation would have been enough to turn the darkness into 100 days. The light would have been enough to envelop the entire Tian-Yuan continent. However, within the Death Nest that was enveloped by the barrier and formation, the light from the teleportation formation was only enough to illuminate the entire Death Nest. Even though the light from the teleportation formation grew brighter and brighter, it was still unable to penetrate beyond the Death Nest. The space in the middle of this enormous teleportation array fluctuated in an extremely unstable manner. It distorted intensely, and a blurry figure gradually appeared. This figure was only a faint shadow at the start, but it rapidly solidified at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, it became a real entity in the short span of a few breaths. The white light from the teleportation formation gradually began to weaken. After a few seconds, the white light completely vanished. The huge teleportation formation vanished as well, returning to outer space. The Death Nest that had been illuminated by the light returned to darkness. An aura permeated the air, but it was still surging. It had already returned to how it was before. The only difference was that there was now an extra person in the air above the Death Nest. The person hovered in the air silently. Not only was there no presence from him at all, there was not even the slightest hint of life. The dense yin-chi and grudges that permeated the Death Nest did not affect the person at all. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover that the yin-chi and the churning black mist remained a meter away from the person. They were unable to approach the person at all. They did not even dare to approach the person. This was a middle-aged man in a white robe. His eyes were deep, and he had a heroic air about him. From his appearance, he seemed to be in his 40s. Although he did not give off any aura, the way he looked at all living things inadvertently revealed a trace of indifference. This was an indifference to all living things in the world. If someone who had been to Mercenary City saw the middle-aged man, they would definitely be shocked to discover that he looked exactly the same as the statue of Mo Tianyun in the center of the city. The only difference was that the statue of Mo Tianyun seemed like an unsheathed sword. It was sharp and seemed like the entire world was beneath his feet. However, the middle-aged man who had appeared in the Death Nest seemed much more ordinary. The middle-aged man's gaze swept across his surroundings, slowly sweeping across every inch of land. The familiar scenery and the deep memories had already deeply touched his heart, causing his heart that was like an ancient well that had not fluctuated for an unknown number of years to tremble slightly. A sliver of excitement even appeared in his deep gaze. Suddenly, the middle-aged man vanished without any prior signs. In the next moment, he silently appeared in the underground cave where the soul-devouring force gathered. Houston, who was cultivating beside the pool of blood, did not sense his appearance at all. The middle-aged man arrived in front of Houston. He stared at Houston for a while and frowned slightly. At this moment, a blood-red light suddenly flew out from between Houston's eyebrows. It was a thumb-sized, blood-red bead. It was the amigami that Jienshin had given to Houston. The amigami slowly floated over to the middle-aged man. The red light flickered as it passed on strands of consciousness to the middle-aged man. It seemed to be extremely happy. The middle-aged man stared at the amigami and said, "The Empyrean demonic orb. This person's talent is decent, but he's not a prodigy. Why did you choose him as Ning Shuang's successor?" The amigami seemed to be able to understand the middle-aged man's words. It began to tremble gently as the red light around it flickered rapidly. It passed on strands of consciousness that were filled with grievance, as if it was a little girl who had been bullied. A sliver of surprise appeared on the middle-aged man's face before he laughed involuntarily. "So you met the sword spirits of the sword sect of Violet Heavens, the leader of the 9 great sects of the Immortals world, and you were personally handed over to him by the master of the sword spirits. Although his talent is lacking, you chose him as Ning Shuang's successor due to your fear of the sword spirits and his close relationship with the master of the sword spirits. This really does surprise me. I never thought that you'd be brought to the Tianyuan continent because you met Jienshin while hiding in the Sea Realm. It just so happens that the time we agreed on back then arrived, so you brought him here when he had just become the Holy Emperor." Another thought emerged from the amigami. The amigami already possessed a spirit, but it could not speak. It could only communicate like this. The middle-aged man frowned slightly. After a moment of thought, he said, "That's a good idea. Jienshin has already been recognized as the master of the sword spirits, and he cultivates the chaotic body. He'll definitely control the sword sect of Violet Heavens in the future and become an expert. The sword sect of Violet Heavens is one of the 9 great sects of the Immortals world. They're extremely powerful, so if you can befriend Jienshin through the successor you chose for Ning Shuang, it'll be a good thing for both Ning Shuang and her sect. However, Jienshin cultivates the chaotic body. Even peak organizations struggle to provide the cultivation resources he needs, so it'll be extremely difficult for him to grow. At the same time, he's in a lower world of the Saints' world. Once he's powerful enough, he can only go to the Saints' world. It'll be impossible for him to return to the Immortals' world. Without the support of a large organization, Jienshin can only rely on himself to find the resources he needs for cultivation. However, Jienshin's identity is just too sensitive in the Saints' world. In the battle back then, the immortal exalt of the sword sect of Violet Heavens killed 2 Grand Primes with the Azulate swords and heavily injured the Grand Prime of the Ice Goddess Hall. Countless people below Grand Primes have died to the Azulate swords, so the Saints' world has already developed a bone-deep hatred for him. As a result, if news of Jienshin's identity spreads in the Saints' world, it might even draw out those reclusive Grand Primes. Jienshin won't be able to escape the pursuit of Grand Primes no matter what. Only death awaits him. But what surprises me is that Jienshin is actually working with a member of the Warring Gods. The Warring Gods were born from the world, and they exist for battle. If they become Grand Primes in the future, they'll be invincible. Even the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt, who was slightly more powerful than the Immortal Exalt of the Sword Sect of Violet Heavens, died to the hands of a Grand Prime of the Warring Gods. In the end, the Grand Prime of the Warring Gods was only slain by the Grand Exalt of the Sword Sect of Violet Heavens in a heavily injured state. Yet now, as the successor of the Sword Sect of Violet Heavens, Jienshin is actually working with a member of the Warring Gods. This is truly unbelievable. With that, the middle-aged man paused and said, "Heavenly Demon Orb, release Ning Shuang's soul." A speck of light the size of a grain of rice flew out of the heavenly demon orb. It shone with a weak light. This was a person's soul, but it was extremely heavily injured and extremely weak. It was so weak that it could not wake up. It could disperse at any time. The middle-aged man's gaze immediately became gentle when he saw the grain-sized soul. He slowly extended his right hand and used a ball of gentle energy to carefully envelop the weak soul. He gently said, "Ning Shuang, after several 100,000 years of searching, I've successfully collected 999 souls of the Divine King of Light. I'll use these souls to set up a soul-nurturing formation to nourish your soul." A large number of specks of light suddenly shot out from the middle-aged man's body. There were exactly 999 in total. Each speck of light represented the soul of a radiant divine king of light. These souls had been specially refined, so they were the size of specks of dust. If it were not for the faint white light that they gave off, it would have been difficult to notice them with the naked eye. The souls of the divine king of light all flew towards Ning Shuang's soul under the middle-aged man's control. Afterwards, they stuck close to Ning Shuang's soul and were set up into a soul-nurturing formation. Under the effects of the soul-nurturing formation, the soul force of the divine king of light began to leak out strand by strand, which was absorbed by Ning Shuang's soul. After setting up the soul-nurturing formation, the middle-aged man stared at Ning Shuang's soul affectionately and said, "Ning Shuang, I've already set up everything in the saint's world. You'll wake up soon." The middle-aged man stared at Ning Shuang's soul silently for a long time. Only then did the Empyrean demon orb withdraw Ning Shuang's soul before vanishing silently. The Empyrean demon orb returned to Houston's sea of consciousness. The middle-aged man reappeared on the ground of the death nest. He stared at the gloomy world with mixed feelings and sighed gently. "Your mission is complete. There's no need for you to exist anymore. It's time to end it." With that, the middle-aged man extended his finger a few times in the air. Immediately, a formation hidden in space appeared. The formation began to revolve rapidly, sucking in all the heavy, vile energy and churning black mist that filled the death nest into the formation. Through the formation, they were refined into strands of pure soul-devouring force, which were channeled into the pool of blood in the underground cavern. The Saint Ruler, Holy Emperor, and Holy Emperor vengeful spirits in the death nest all collapsed one after another, turning into black mist that was sucked into the formation. They were also converted into strands of pure soul-devouring force. The middle-aged man left the death nest and arrived in Mercenary City silently, as if he had teleported. He hovered above Mercenary City and looked down at the city below. He did not hide himself at all, but no one discovered his existence. Chapter 1243. A while later, a sliver of surprise appeared in the middle-aged man's eyes. He sighed in amazement. An unprecedented prodigy has appeared in the world of forsaken saints, possessing such strength at such a young age. He probably hasn't even cultivated for 1,000 years. However, they're a group of pitiful people. It's not my place to interfere with this matter right now. I hope they won't cause too much trouble on the Tianyuan continent in the future. The middle-aged man withdrew his presence and glanced at Mercenary City again before vanishing without any prior signs. When he reappeared, he was in the mountains near Flame City where the tungsten alloy was mined. He hovered several hundred meters in the air as he stared down in surprise. He murmured, "I never thought that there would be a metallic spirit origin here. Its room for growth and innate advantages are even greater than Shaoling's. However, it'll still take quite some time if it continues to grow at this rate. Whatever, I'll just give him a fortuitous encounter." With that, the middle-aged man left as well. In the next moment, he crossed an extremely great distance and appeared among the Turtle clan in the Sea Realm. He silently stood before Jianchen, who was still cultivating with 2 monster cores in his hands. He completely ignored the barrier of the sea race. The middle-aged man gently extended a finger toward Jianchen, and a droplet of essence blood immediately flew out from Jianchen's chest. It hovered above the middle-aged man's finger, but Jianchen did not sense it at all. Just when the middle-aged man was about to leave, he suddenly snorted in surprise. He stared at Jianchen's forehead in interest and said, The soul I left behind on the Inyang Saint Rock was too weak last time, so I was unable to observe it too deeply. I never thought that Jianchen would have even obtained something like that. Does that mean he also possesses Radiant Divine Force? Radiant Divine Force is an extremely powerful and wondrous energy, but it's been greatly weakened on the Tianyuan continent, so it's impossible to display its strength. If Jianchen can use Radiant Divine Force, he'll have an extra method to protect himself in the future. The middle-aged man turned into a wisp of smoke and drifted into Jianchen's sea of consciousness. He entered the artifact's space effortlessly and reformed there. However, even the artifact's spirit that controlled the artifact's space failed to sense his arrival. The middle-aged man arrived at the only place in the artifact's space that was not controlled by the artifact's spirit. There was a powerful formation there that sealed away the origin energy of Radiant Saint Force. It would only be unsealed once every 50 years and release the origin energy of Radiant Saint Force, giving people the hope of reaching Class 7, Radiant Saint Master. He looked at the formation and said to himself, I don't know who set up this formation. They actually set up a powerful formation that can only be broken by deity realm experts in a magic treasure that isn't even a sacred tool. However, this formation can't be broken by force. Otherwise, this magic treasure will be destroyed. The middle-aged man extended a finger, and a strand of extremely pure energy shot out from the tip of his finger. It shot into the formation that sealed away Radiant Saint Force origin energy with lightning-like speed and vanished. It began to dissolve the formation bit by bit before silently leaving the artifact space. It arrived above the tungsten alloy mine near Flame City again. I'll bestow upon you a strand of origin energy to speed up your growth, said the middle-aged man softly. The middle-aged man said softly. After which, he pointed with his finger and shot out an extremely pure energy. It pierced through the tough tungsten alloy like a hot knife through butter and headed straight for the depths of the ground. In the face of this energy, the thick layer of tungsten alloy with super strong defensive capabilities was as weak as tofu and was easily pierced through. In the end, the energy penetrated through the layers of obstacles and fused with the metal spirit origin hidden deep underground. Immediately, the metal spirit origin, which was originally a ball of golden liquid, wriggled slightly. Then, at a speed visible to the naked eye, it began to transform from a liquid state to a solid state. Up above, the middle-aged man flicked out the droplet of essence blood he had taken from Jianchen. The essence blood entered the small tunnel he had created with the strand of origin energy, fusing with the origin energy. In the Ice Goddess Hall, Protector Shui and the snow-white Changyang Mingyue stood beside a pool of ice that radiated with an icy-cold presence. The water in the pool was clear and transparent. Even under the extreme coldness that could freeze a holy emperor into an ice sculpture, the water actually did not freeze. It remained liquid. At the center of the cold pool, there were 3 fist-sized white crystals floating on the surface of the water, emitting waves of cold white air. Your Majesty, each of these 3 ice souls takes 1,000,000 years to form. I've waited here for 3,000,000 years, and the 3 ice souls have finally matured. In just a few more months, the coldness within the ice souls will completely melt away, turning into extremely pure energy. At that time, all you need to do is wait for your Majesty's profound ice body to fully mature, and you'll be able to directly absorb the energy from the 3 ice souls to recover your strength. Due to the influence of the energy of the world in this world, the energy within the 3 ice souls has barely reached 10,000 years of age. However, the 3 ice souls can still recover some of your Majesty's strength. After that, I'll be able to take your Majesty back and use the ice souls of an even higher grade so that your Majesty can recover to your peak condition as soon as possible, said Protector Shui. Protector Shui, once the coldness within the ice souls completely melts away and turns into pure energy, will anyone be able to absorb the energy without being invaded by the coldness? Changyang Mingyue asked. Her voice was filled with a sliver of eagerness. Yes, that's exactly the case, replied Protector Shui. Changyang Mingyue immediately became overjoyed. She said, "That's fantastic. I was worried that the coldness within the ice souls would be too powerful and that my brother wouldn't be able to absorb the energy within. I don't have to worry about that at all now." Protector Shui was surprised by Changyang Mingyue's words. She turned her head and looked at Changyang Mingyue in disbelief. She hurriedly asked, "Your Majesty, don't tell me you want to give the ice souls to your brother?" Changyang Mingyue nodded seriously. "There are 3 ice souls anyway. I'll use 2 for myself, so what's wrong with giving 1 to my brother? A single ice soul should be able to increase his strength by a lot." "No, that definitely won't do. Your Majesty, I've specially prepared the 3 ice souls for you. Every single one of them is extremely difficult to form, so you can only use them for yourself. You can't give them to anyone else," Protector Shui sternly replied. A sliver of craftiness appeared in Changyang Mingyue's eyes before she sternly stared at Protector Shui. She asked, "Protector Shui, do the 3 ice souls belong to me? I've specially prepared the ice souls for your Majesty to use when you recover your strength, so they obviously belong to your Majesty. At the same time, everything in the Ice Goddess Hall belongs to your Majesty," Protector Shui politely replied. "Since they belong to me, I obviously have the right to distribute them. Moreover, my brother has offended so many people outside. So many experts want to bully him, so how can I, as his sister, just take it lying down? Protector Shui, I know you're doing this for my sake, but don't talk about this anymore. I've already decided to give 1 of the ice souls to my brother so that he can increase his strength as quickly as possible. Once he becomes a holy emperor, no experts from the Tian Yuan continent or the Beast God continent will be able to bully him," Changyang Mingyue sternly said. Her voice was firm, clearly having made up her mind. Sigh. Protector Shui gently sighed. She knew that Her Majesty had already made up her mind, so there was no point in saying anything. Her Majesty was just far too concerned about her brother. "Protector Shui, I'm going to cultivate first so that my profound ice body can fully mature as soon as possible. If my brother or mother comes, you have to inform me as soon as possible." With that, Changyang Mingyue left the pool. Protector Shui remained by the pool as she stared at the 3 fist-sized ice souls floating in the center. She softly murmured, "Her Majesty's relationship with Jianshan has already exceeded my expectations. Now, she's actually giving 1 of the ice souls to Jianshan. These 3 ice souls are just far too important to Her Majesty. I can't let this happen no matter what. I have to stop it. If I don't let Jianshan meet Her Majesty will definitely go to the Tian Yuan continent to search for Jianshan when the profound ice body matures. She'll still use the ice soul. She'll give the ice souls away. Jianshan is the successor of the Sword Sect of Violet Heavens, and Her Majesty still hasn't recovered her memories. She has no idea what happened in the past. Her Majesty and Jianshan will become enemies sooner or later. If Her Majesty gives the ice souls to Jianshan, wouldn't she be digging her own grave and strengthening the enemy to deal with her?" A gleam of light flickered through Protector Shui's eyes before a sliver of heavy killing intent flashed through them. She said with a heavy voice, "Looks like I can only move against Jianshan beforehand to prevent this from happening." At this moment, Protector Shui's body trembled violently. She suddenly raised her head and looked outside the divine hall. Her eyes became extremely sharp in an instant. There was also a trace of shock within them. Her body suddenly disappeared from the side of the cold pool, appearing outside the Ice Goddess Hall in an instant. She stood on the roof of the Ice Goddess Hall as she stared in front of her with sharp eyes. 100 meters in front of Protector Shui, a middle-aged man in white robes hovered in the air. He did not give off any aura, nor was there any sign of life. He stood with his hands behind his back as he stared at Protector Shui calmly. "Who are you?" Protector Shui asked with a heavy voice as her heart churned. She was unable to remain calm at all. A faint smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face. He said in a flat tone, "Although you never left this place, you spied on me more than once. Almost all of my actions were observed by you. Could it be that you have forgotten who I am so quickly?" Chapter 1244. My true identity is not important. I naturally have my own methods of returning here. Jian Chen smiled faintly. Mo Tianyun said with a faint smile. He was very carefree. Then, he looked at the 3 broken saint tools below. With a gentle wave of his arm, the broken saint tools, which were still covered by a thin layer of dust, immediately flew up from below and hovered beside Mo Tianyun. Protector Shui's gaze was sharp as she stared at Mo Tianyun without blinking. However, she did not stop Mo Tianyun's actions. Mo Tianyun's indifferent gaze swept across the 3 halves of the saint artifacts. The thin layer of ice covering the surface of the saint artifacts actually turned into liquid at a visible rate and dripped down from the saint artifact. However, when the liquid dripped onto the icy surface below, it did not condense back into ice. Instead, it seemed to contain an extremely terrifying heat. It actually melted deep holes into the extremely tough ice on the ground. In the blink of an eye, the thin layer of ice on the 3 broken saint artifacts had vanished. The suppressed light on the saint artifacts shone once more, but it was extremely dim now. Mo Tianyun slowly extended his hand and gently rubbed the broken saint artifacts. His hand did not give off any pulses of energy, making it seem like nothing special. However, the 3 saint artifacts slowly healed under his touch. In just a few moments, Ruijin's sacred dragon's sword, Honglian's scorching godfire hairpin, and Blackfish's machete had all recovered. They had become whole again. At the same time, the origin energy radiating from the 3 saint artifacts was even denser than before. Protector Shui's eyes suddenly narrowed when she saw this. Disbelief filled her face. Destroying a low-level saint artifact was a piece of cake for an expert of her level, but repairing a saint artifact was not an easy task. However, Mo Tianyun had actually repaired the broken saint artifacts in just a few seconds. Just that alone was not something she could do. After the saint artifacts were repaired, Mo Tianyun pointed his finger at the frozen Ruijin's group of 3 times. With 3 clear explosions, the thin layer of ice around Ruijin's group of 3 loudly exploded, scattering across the ground. However, Ruijin, Honglian, and Heiyu did not recover. Not only had the coldness turned them into ice sculptures, even their life force, energy, and souls had been frozen by the coldness that had invaded their bodies. However, the ice around the 3 of them had shattered, so the cold energy that had invaded their bodies was immediately cut off. Without being replenished in time, the cold energy rapidly weakened. The frozen vitality and energy within their bodies began to slowly recover. Their souls had always been protected by the bead that could block attacks from the soul. Although they had lost their sense of the outside world, they could clearly sense the rapidly weakening cold energy within them. The 3 of them did not hesitate at all. They immediately tried their best to control the energy within their bodies to purge the cold energy that was gradually weakening them. Under their full-powered counterattack, the remaining cold energy in their bodies dispersed very quickly, allowing Ruijin, Honglian, and Blackfish to regain their freedom. Ruijin, Honglian, and Black Jade immediately opened their eyes. The first thing they saw was a white-robed person with his back to them, facing off against Protector Shui of the Ice Goddess Hall. Their origin energy weapons also hovered before that person. The 3 of them looked at one another. Their eyes were filled with shock. They were not stupid, so they immediately realized that the reason why the 3 of them were able to escape was because of that person. However, the 3 of them found it hard to believe that there was actually more than one expert who had surpassed the Holy Emperor in this age, where even Holy Emperor's level of cultivation were rare. This greatly impacted the 3 of them. The 3 saint artifacts hovering before Mo Tianyun turned into 3 streaks of light and arrived before Ruijin, Heiyu, and Black Jade. At the same time, Mo Tianyun's voice rang out, "Take your things and leave. Immediately find a place to enter seclusion. Don't come out until the Holy Emperor arrives. The Tian Yuan continent will face a war soon, and the outcome will be unpredictable." "Yes, Senior." Ruijin, Honglian, and Blackfish politely bowed to Mo Tianyun before leaving with their saint artifacts. Even after they left, the 3 of them were still guessing the identity of the man who had saved them. However, they did not dare to ask about someone who had surpassed the Holy Emperor's level of cultivation. This was because they knew their limit. Let alone the Holy Emperor at great perfection, even the Holy Emperor was as insignificant as an ant before such an expert. Protector Shui did not even glance at Ruijin, Heiyu, and Heiyu. Her gaze never left Mo Tianyun. She said coldly, "Mo Tianyun, have you come here just to save them?" Mo Tianyun shook his head and said, "I didn't spend so much effort to come down here to save them. However, I do have some news regarding the Ice Goddess Hall. I think you'll be interested." Protector Shui's eyes narrowed, and even her breathing became rather ragged. She had already left the Saints' world for over 3 million years, so she knew nothing about the Saints' world during that time. "What news? Tell me." Protector Shui's cold voice was rather urgent. She knew that Mo Tianyun had probably come down from the Saints' world, so he knew the latest news. However, she could vaguely sense that something was off from Mo Tianyun's words. Mo Tianyun said, "This might not be good news for you. Out of the 4 protectors of the Ice Goddess Hall, apart from you, Shui Yunlan, who endured the consequences of not being able to advance any further and came to the lower world to wait bitterly for the Snow Goddess in Samsara, your strength remains at the Divine King's level even now. The other 3 protectors have all surpassed the Divine King and reached the primordial realm. So what? Wuhan, Bingqin, and Kai Xia's talent is no worse than mine. After all this time, it's only natural that the 3 of them have surpassed the Divine King and reached the primordial realm," Protector Shui said coldly. Protector Shui coldly said, "If this was the bad news Mo Tianyun was talking about, then she didn't need to be so nervous. If that's the case, then it really isn't a big deal. However, you probably never would have thought that Wuhan has already betrayed us. Bingqin and Kai Xia have been trapped by Wuhan, while 2 of the 3 elders are dead. The last one has fled with heavy injuries, and her whereabouts are unknown. The Ice Goddess Hall is basically under Wuhan's control now, and Wuhan has entered the forbidden grounds of the Ice Goddess, heading to where the Ice Goddess recovers. She wants to attack the Ice Goddess while she's heavily injured," said Mo Tianyun. Protector Shui was shocked. The news that Mo Tianyun brought her was just too shocking. She found it hard to believe. Impossible. That's definitely impossible. Even if Wuhan has reached the primordial realm, she's only an infinite prime. How could she be bold enough to betray us? And the 3 elders of our Ice Goddess Hall are all chaotic primes. It's impossible for Wuhan to be their opponent no matter what, so how could she kill them? Protector Shui cried out. She had considered the possibility that Mo Tianyun was lying to her, but she also felt that it was impossible for Mo Tianyun to be naive enough to fool her with something so exaggerated. With Wuhan's strength, it's indeed impossible for her to do that. However, it's a different story if someone is assisting her, said Mo Tianyun. Who is it? Who is helping Wuhan? Protector Shui's voice had already become high-pitched. Her cold eyes were filled with heavy killing intent. Nan Patian. Mo Tianyun stressed every single word. Protector Shui's heart shivered. She said, Nan Patian? Is it that Nan Patian of the Moon God Hall? That's right. The Moon God has vanished. It's rumored that the Moon God has died after failing to become a Grand Prime. Nan Patian is in charge of the Moon God Hall now, while the 3 elders of the Ice Goddess Hall have been ambushed by Nan Patian. 2 are dead and 1 is injured. Moreover, I've also learnt that Wu Han is having an affair with Nan Patian. Protector Shui shuddered when she heard that. Sorrow filled her eyes. If someone could see her face, they would discover that she had become sheet white. All the members of the Ice Goddess Hall were women. All the members of the Ice Goddess Hall had to maintain their purity. If their bodies were tainted by men, it would be an unforgivable crime. This was especially true for the 4 of them. If any of them were to be tainted by a man, then the ones to be punished would be the 4 of them. Then what's the situation with Her Majesty? Protector Shui asked urgently. She had already guessed that the person who had truly dealt with the Ice Goddess Hall was probably Nan Patian of the Moon God Hall. Although the forbidden grounds of the Ice Goddess were protected by powerful formations, Nan Patian was still a chaotic prime after all. He definitely had something he could rely on since he dared to touch the Ice Goddess. I don't know about that. That's all I know. If you don't want the Ice Goddess to end up in Nan Potion's hands, it's best if you don't return to the Saints' world. Even if you do, you can't go to the Ice Goddess Hall, Mo Tianyun said sternly. Protector Shui calmed down very soon. The light in her cold eyes flickered as she stared at Mo Tianyun closely. She said, Mo Tianyun, why are you telling me this? Do you have some sort of relationship with our Ice Goddess Hall? Mo Tianyun's face suddenly sank. His face immediately became filled with malice. He growled, I have nothing to do with your Ice Goddess Hall, but Nan Patian has ruined my plans, so I naturally have to ruin his plans. Protector Shui came to a realization after hearing Mo Tianyun's explanation. No wonder Mo Tianyun had specially come over to tell her this. He had grievances with Nan Patian as well. Mo Tianyun continued, also, there's one more thing. You're not allowed to touch Jianchen here. You're not allowed to interfere with any of Jianchen's matters. You probably don't know about Jianchen's identity. His existence is a potential threat to our Saints' world, Protector Shui replied coldly. She did not want to make any concessions on this matter. Mo Tianyun looked at Protector Shui scornfully and said, Shui Yunlan, I know more than you. However, I think you should be thinking about how the Ice Goddess Hall will survive this crisis instead of doing something meaningless. Moreover, with Jianchen's relationship with the Ice Goddess, he might become a crucial figure in helping your Ice Goddess Hall survive this crisis. The Ice Goddess was injured by the immortal exalt of the Sword Sect of Purple Heavens. She still hasn't recovered from her injuries. Our Ice Goddess Hall is in trouble because of the immortal exalt of the Sword Sect of Purple Heavens. We don't need the help of the successor of the Sword Sect of Purple Heavens, Protector Shui said with a cold snort.